Something huge is happening between China and African countries, and it's probably going to change the world's future. Leaders of 53 African countries, African Union, and other organizations are in Beijing from September the 4th to 6th to attend the 2024 FOCAC Summit. Thousands of delegates and guests from Africa are in China this month. Have you ever seen any other countries that can gather that many African leaders, roll out the red carpet, and show the highest respect to them? And why is it only happening between China and African countries? I want to cover the event as a reporter, so let me explain to you why it's important to all of us. This is the summit of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, or FOCAC, a multilateral coordination mechanism for China and the 53 African countries that have diplomatic ties with China. And under this framework, lots of life-changing projects and tangible benefits have been delivered to people both in Africa and China. Railways, airports, hospitals, schools, job creations, talents training. But the 2024 FOCAC Summit is a bit different. It is the largest in scale, with the most African leaders attending. And there's so many great outcomes from this summit. I'm gonna highlight a few for you. First, China announced 10 partnership actions with Africa dedicated to improving Africa's living standards, agriculture, green transition, security, industrial chain, and China will provide $51 billion over 3 years to support that. But more importantly, China promised that they will create no less than 1 million jobs in Africa. Make sure that enterprises from both China and Africa can mutually benefit from it, and the added value they created will stay in Africa. Second, China upgraded its relations with all African countries that have diplomatic ties with China to strategic relations. Chinese President Xi said, as long as the 2.8 billion strong Chinese and African people are united, we can create new and even better feats on the way towards modernization, spearhead the modernization drive of the global south. Third, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said he hopes every country should adhere to the principle of just, equal, and pragmatic when working with Africa. He said, African people deserve the right to develop. They suffered enough from colonization and exploitation, and whoever works with Africa should respect African people's will to find their own solution, and cooperation should bring tangible, concrete benefits to local people. You see, China has a completely different mindset when working with Africa compared to some Western countries. Some Western countries use neo-colonialism, focuses on extracting the natural and human resources, and locks the continent at the bottom of the global value chain. But China's investment go to improve the productivity of the country, of the continent, training talents, creating jobs, improve the living standards of the people, and make sure the added value can stay in the continent. Subscribe for more analysis on world news.
إذن الهدف من هذه الضربة، السياق الذي جاءت في هذه الضربة والهدف منها يوم الثلاثاء ويوم الأربعاء هو فصل الجبهتين وتوقف الجبهة اللبنانية. الجواب باسم الشهداء، باسم عوائل الشهداء، باسم الجرحى في المستشفيات، باسم الذين فقدوا عيونهم وأكفهم، باسم كل الناس الصابرين والصامدين والثابتين والأوفياء، باسم كل الذين تحملوا مسؤولية القيام بهذا الواجب الأخلاقي والإنساني والديني في نصرة غزة التي تتعرض للإبادة الجماعية والقتل الجماعي والجوع والعطش والمرض والحصار. نقول لنتنياهو وجالنت اللي كان بده يزعروه الآبائي، نقول لحكومة العدو، لجيش العدو، لمجتمع العدو: جبهة لبنان لن تتوقف قبل وقف العدوان على غزة. على 11 شهر عم نقول هذا الكلام، ممكن هذا الكلام متكرر الآن، ولكن هذا الكلام يأتي بعد هاتين الضربتين الكبيرتين، بعد كل هؤلاء الشهداء وكل هذه الجراح وكل هذه الآلام. أنا أقول بوضوح: أيا تكن التضحيات، أيا تكن العواقب، أيا تكن الاحتمالات، أيا يكن الأفق الذي تذهب إليه المنطقة، المقاومة في لبنان لن تتوقف عن دعم ومساندة أهل غزة وأهل الضفة والمظلومين في تلك الأرض المقدسة. وهذا هو أول رد، هذا هو أول رد. تعطيل الأهداف، بيكون كل اللي عمله أنه قتل، جرح، مارس وحشيته، لكن حقق هدف؟ ما حقق هدف. كما هو الحال في غزة، بيقتل وبيبيد، ولكن 11 شهر لهلا هدف واحد ما حقق من الأهداف المعلنة للحرب.
فلسطين ولا عن مقدسات الأمة في فلسطين. قالوا لك عندك خيارين: إما أن تستمر الحرب وتسحق، وأما أن تستسلم. فأما الاستسلام الذليل وأما السحق الموت العزيز. في تلك اللحظة، ليش بتشوفوا أنا كل سنة وكل موسم بوقف عند هالجملة؟ حقيقة بتلك اللحظة قبل ما تشاور مع إخواني ود الخبر، الذي حضر في وجداني وفي عقلي وفي قلبي مباشرة يوم 10 عندما وقف الحسين وقال: ألا إن الدعي ابن الدعي قد ركز بين اثنتين، بين السلة والذلة، وهيهات من ذا الذلة.
Hello? 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 Good morning. Good morning. Okay. All right, we're about to begin, but before we do, good morning. We want to ask everyone here to please, hello? We want to ask everyone here if they'd please take out your phone and turn the ringer off, before we begin. Thank you. There are a lot of people who are still arriving, but there's folks who are here on Zoom, hundreds of people, so I think we're going to start right now. Greetings, good morning. I'm Sarah Flounders. I'll be chairing this opening session. I'm proud to be part of the Friends of Socialist China. We're holding events yesterday in London and today here in New York. The Friends of Socialist China has provided a valuable framework to explain China's most important contributions. I'm also part of the International Action Center and a contributing editor of Workers' World newspaper. So to everyone in the hall here today, this beautiful Malcolm X Betty Shabazz Education Center, we can see these magnificent murals on the walls, the educational displays everywhere. Malcolm X's support and defense of China during a time of total US blockade is so well known around the world. But here, the powers that be want to bury that memory and this center. This is the site where Malcolm X was assassinated 60 years ago this year. We also give greetings to the hundreds who are watching on Zoom and all those on the Restream, the YouTube of Friends of Socialist China, Workers' World Party, International Manifesto, and this will be streamed many other places. Now, the US Congress just approved 25 new anti-China laws last few days in bipartisan votes, Democrat and Republican, and $1.6 billion to pay for a wave of anti-China propaganda. That's its purpose. So Cold War fervor is really reaching a fever pitch. And today is a united program of many organizations. I hope everyone has this beautiful brochure, well-known activists and writers who are determined to defend China. I want to start by saying we are so honored to open today's program celebrating the People's Republic of China's 75th anniversary with two friends who are here from the Chinese consulate, Yang Zhu, the Vice Consul of the Chinese Consulate, and Fu Hua, Vice Consul. Thank you for being here, for honoring us. We're going to start today with several messages from Palestine. This is a resistance that has galvanized the whole world. And in opening, I'll say that the whole world is denouncing the genocide in Gaza, this unrelenting assault now on Lebanon. This genocide, and that's the word the whole world is using, is painfully exposed in tens of thousands of photos and videos and reports and images of a charred landscape. But Biden, Harris, Trump, the US Congress both political parties, the US corporate media have forcibly banned the very mention of the word genocide in Gaza. It's banned from the corporate-owned social media. There's total censorship, total. They vote tens of billions in additional weapons and aid to the Zionist settler regime to continue this very public genocide. $8 billion additional just this week. But Congress, Biden, Harris, Trump all agree that in Xinjiang, autonomous region in Western China, there's a secret genocide, they claim, taking place based on evidence provided by CIA organizations. They have imposed rounds of sanctions, billions of new weapons, billions in media funding to promote this lie about Xinjiang in China. Now, no country of the 57 members of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation agrees with the US propaganda on Xinjiang.
The Lebanese people
Not
have
one
just experienced.
Not one country of those 57 countries accepts this story of genocide in Xinjiang. No member states of the Arab League, of 22 Arab states, agrees with this US propaganda. These Arab states and the 57 Islamic countries support the peaceful development in Xinjiang today. And I'll say I've been to Xinjiang and I've seen the healthy children and the harmonious society being built. And we'll hear more on this today. I've also been to Gaza, to Lebanon, to Syria, to Iraq, and seen the horror, the destruction of US bombs, the impact of US sanctions, and seen the hungry and displaced children. So I personally and deeply agree with China and with the Arab states and with the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So there are two sides. Who do you believe and where do you stand? The imperialist countries pump up one story relentlessly again and again to justify a war mobilization against China, all while they refuse to recognize the real genocide in Gaza and now in Lebanon. And they fund it again and again. So who do you believe, the whole global South or the imperialist war machine? We defend Palestine and Lebanon, the axis of resistance, and China, who sides with these countries under attack. So we're going to open this with a message from the Chinese ambassador to the United Nations, Fu Kong, who is speaking at the UN defending Lebanon. It's our first message of the day.
In decades, thousands of communication devices were detonated simultaneously via remote control, causing heavy casualties of innocent civilians. China once again condemns such unscrupulous and indiscriminate attacks. While the Lebanese people were still reeling from the shock, bombs rained down from the sky. Israel launched multiple rounds of large-scale airstrikes on southern and eastern Lebanon, leading to over 500 deaths and close to 2,000 injuries. China is seriously concerned about the current situation between Lebanon and Israel, firmly supports Lebanon in defending sovereignty, security, and national dignity, and strongly condemns acts that violate the basic norms governing international relations.
I'm next asked to read, this is a message from the organizing committee of today's conference. The organizers of the China at 75 conference in New York City condemn the Israeli state massacre of the Lebanese people and the assassination of Secretary General Saeed Hassan Nasrallah during a massive bombing attack on the Beirut suburb. And this was the awful news of yesterday. At the same time, we condemn the US government and the Biden administration for its complicity in this war crime and in the ongoing genocidal attacks on the people of Gaza. Specifically, we condemn Washington for supplying arms to the terrorist Israeli state and providing diplomatic cover for Israeli war crimes in the United Nations. Washington is promoting a drive toward war in West Asia, in Ukraine, and in the South China Seas. Our celebration of 75 years of Chinese Revolution must call attention to and mobilize to stop these crimes in West Asia and expand Israeli crimes throughout the region that threaten to blow up those other hot spots in the world. So this is a message from the organizers of today. We next want to hear messages from 3 Palestinian resistance organizations. These messages will be read by Richie Moreno from Bronx Anti-War, Workers' World, and by Lee from Freedom Road Socialist Organization.
Hello. This is a message from the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Dear comrades, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, DFLP, Department of Foreign Affairs, sends its greetings to the participants and hopes the success of the conference on the 75th anniversary of the founding of China, known for defending the cause of the Palestinian people who face an Israeli colonial and apartheid regime, which commits massacres and crimes against the Palestinian people, which sponsored dialogue between the Palestinian factions to achieve internal unity and consensus on a Palestinian government, with the aim of stopping projects related to the future of the Gaza Strip that do not reflect the ambitions of the Palestinian people. DFLP appreciates your struggle in defending the rights of the Palestinian people stipulated in international legitimacy resolutions, specifically their right to self-determination and ending the Israeli occupation of their lands based on the decision of the International Court of Justice and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital and the return of refugees to their homes in accordance with Resolution 194. The Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, DFLP, points out the necessity of sustaining the relationship between us in order to defend the interests of the people and confront global imperialism that contributes to the destruction of societies and countries, as well as with all leftist parties that are struggling to reach this goal. DFLP hopes to continue to provide your permanent political support to the Palestinian people and the just Palestinian cause. Yes.
Addressing the Beijing meeting, Jamil Mezer, Deputy Secretary General of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP, said in part that China has proven through its long history its steadfast support for the Palestinian cause, through its political and diplomatic stances and its support for the Palestinian people in international forums. What is required today is a unified Palestinian stance that clearly declares that we are all united behind the goals of our people in achieving freedom, self-determination, the return of refugees, and realizing the dream of a Palestinian state with Al-Quds, Jerusalem, as its capital. It is essential to announce the restoration of Palestinian national unity, uniting our forces and people and the Palestine Liberation Organization as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people through the convening of a unifying Palestinian National Council with the participation and representation of all Palestinian forces. Today, our people are not only facing a genocide war, but also the consequences of decades of comprehensive political failure and deficiency, as well as the price of international bias, led by the United States and supported by all governments and tools of the dominant colonial system in this world. Our urgent and pressing demand is not only to end and stop the genocide, but to secure our people's rights to freedom, self-determination, the right of refugees, and the establishment of an independent state with Al-Quds as its capital. Peoples have never achieved their rights through blame, contention, and disputes over descriptions and conflicting wills, rather by uniting around major national goals, deeply understanding the meaning of historical responsibility, and having leadership capable of bearing responsibility and translating popular will. This is our duty today. Is there a stronger and more precious incentive than 40,000 Palestinian martyrs? Being united in the face of this aggression is the only guarantee to achieve our major national goals. Let us work with all our strength and sincerity to achieve this goal, knowing that history will not forgive the complacent and our people will not forgive those who fail in their national and humanitarian duty. Let us pledge today before our people and the martyrs of this nation that this moment will be the beginning of a journey towards freedom, independence, the state, and the return of refugees, and let our unity be the strongest weapon in facing this oppressive enemy.
Hossam Badran, head of Hamas's National Relations Office and a member of the Hamas Political Bureau, confirmed that the Beijing Declaration is an additional positive step towards achieving Palestinian national unity. Its significance stems from the location and the host country, as we are talking about the People's Republic of China with its international weight and steadfast support for the Palestinian cause. In his press statement, Badran expressed his high appreciation for the substantial efforts made by China to reach this declaration. They are moving in this path for the first time with their weight and stature, which is something we need as Palestinians to face the unilateral policies pursued by the United States regarding the Palestinian cause. The U.S. administration stands above any internal Palestinian national consensus and is entirely biased, even being partners with the occupation in its crimes against our people.
These were statements. These were statements made in Beijing at a meeting of all the Palestinian organizations. Where else in the world is such a meeting possible? Next up, we want to hear a wonderful message from the Vice President of the Association for Cuba-China Friendship. It was sent to us in Spanish. It'll be read in English by Mairead Gillis, who participated in the Venceremos Brigade to Cuba. Mairead?
Hello, everyone. So again, this is a statement written by Mr. Eduardo Regalado Florido of the Association of Cuba-China Friendship and head of the China Research Project of the International Policy Research Center. In an event on peace and solidarity, it is extremely fair and even necessary to raise our voice in favor of the People's Republic of China. China has developed a Belt and Road Initiative where it intends to deepen the collaboration between different nations with the purpose of eliminating and resolving the intense conflict that exists on the international scene. China has also proposed a global civilization initiative where countries collaborate, where there is a dialogue between cultures. The key elements of this scenario are peace and development. Everything it has achieved to date is the product of the actions of its Communist Party, a party committed to the entire population with the country, a party with a conception of inclusion within development. China, with its initiatives, is converting the world into a place where the interchanges bring more opportunities to the less technologically advanced countries. China's entire foreign policy is focused on building a multipolar world where multilateralism is developed, where the hegemonic powers do not impose their selfish interests, where the remaining countries, those with fewer possibilities, are included. On the African continent, much of what has been built is due to China's collaboration, including large infrastructure works, bridges, and roads. China is making its collaboration with Africa tangible, as it is also doing with Latin America and with other regions of the world. As a result of the achievements that China is making, there is no shortage of campaigns and perverse slander against this country. There's a great emphasis on highlighting China as the new imperialism. But China is a country that has improved its internal situation, and it is also improving the situation in the international environment. As long as the Chinese Communist Party continues to achieve these results, it will be excellent for the Chinese population, and it will also be excellent for the rest of the world. Relations between Cuba and China, as it is systematically repeated by the leaders, are relations between friends, between siblings, between comrades. We are very motivated by what China is going to continue to achieve in this attempt to build a modern country in an integral and socialist way, which is very different from Western modernization. China's modernization is characterized by putting the human being in the center of society and by promoting inclusion and development, by encouraging all countries to participate in the progress of science and technology, for a harmonious relationship between humans and nature. Long live the People's Republic of China.
That's the kind of international solidarity there is everywhere in the world. We'd next like to hear from a senator from Pakistan, a chair of the Pakistan-China Institute, Mujahid Hussain, who's speaking on the achievements he has seen in 50 years of visits to China.
Friends and comrades, greetings from Islamabad. First of all, my heartiest congratulations on the 75th anniversary of the establishment of the People's Republic of China, a landmark event in human history. And I'm so glad that the Friends of Socialist China are celebrating this event in London as well as in New York. My heartfelt felicitations to all our friends who are gathered here in London as well as in New York. When we celebrate the Chinese Revolution, this epoch-making development led by the Communist Party of China under the great leadership of Chairman Mao, we also need to analyze some of its track record of success, of achievements, in what has been the world's largest country. I personally have been very fortunate that out of these 75 years, I have been a witness to 50 of these years. Because 50 years ago, when I was a teenager, I was 17 years old, when I first went to China as head of a youth friendship group between Pakistan and China. And I have seen China in the first phase of the revolution under Chairman Mao, Premier Zhou Enlai, Marshal Chu De. Then I've seen the phase of reform and opening up under the great leader, Deng Xiaoping. And now I'm seeing firsthand the rise of China. So revolution, reform, and rise. These three phases I've seen personally. And in the last 50 years, I've traveled over 100 times to China, different cities, different parts, different stages, different periods. And the turnabout, the turnaround in China is amazing. It's unprecedented in human history. And many a time I'm asked, what are the reasons for the China success story? What are the ingredients of this success story? I would say there are a number of these which I'd like to briefly list. Number one, the quality of leadership, which was produced by the Communist Party of China during all these phases, and very difficult phases, because China faced a lot of opposition from imperialism, a lot of opposition from hegemonism in the region, and as a socialist country upholding the banner of Marxism, Leninism, it was not easy for China to survive in that period when it was relatively weak, it was relatively poor, and it was isolated. But I'm proud to say that one of the countries that stood by China consistently in the last 60 years, since we developed that special relationship with China, has been Pakistan. So the first ingredient, quality of leadership. Second, willingness to do a course correction, which they did. They opened up, they reformed, they moved on, they started people-centric development, lifting 800 million people out of poverty. Then also, another key element, continuity of policy through different periods, different decades. And then also another important element of the China success story, a humility and a willingness to learn from others. Deng Xiaoping went on his first tour abroad after assuming the leadership of the Communist Party of China in 1978. He went to Singapore, a small island state, but he wanted to learn from the Singapore success story. And finally, I think in terms of the ingredients of the China success story, a peaceful foreign policy. China is the only country in the world that has risen without conquest, without colonization, without invasion, without aggression, without occupation. And I think this is also quite remarkable. And when we see in the current epoch, there is a historic change. What President Xi Jinping rightly says, once in a century changes. The global center of gravity is shifting from the west to the east. The American century has come to an end. And we are seeing the dawn of the Asian century. And in that, the rise of China is something that we in the global south welcome warmly, because this is a source of strength to small and medium countries. And China has led with development. The Belt and Road Initiative is the biggest developmental and diplomatic initiative of the 21st century. And Pakistan, through the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which is the flagship of this BRI, is one of the major beneficiaries of China's people-centered development. And friends and comrades, when we are discussing events in the world, we see two contrasting narratives. The United States of America still has a security-centric, military-dominated worldview based on militarization of international relations, based on a Cold War mentality, based on containment, which we reject, because that would be debilitating and destabilizing for the global south. Conversely, China is presenting a narrative of connectivity and cooperation. And that is why the Belt and Road Initiative is so popular. And finally, I'd like to say that those who talk of China in negative terms, they better read The Economist, which is published from London. The story which came on 15th of June, and the cover story was China, the scientific superpower. That China is now leading in science and technology. And this has also been documented in the recent study done by Harvard University, the great tech rivalry, China versus the United States. So we welcome China's development in that context. That development serves the interests of humankind. China is leading in globalization, in climate change, in promoting peace, development, connectivity, and economic cooperation. And we feel that supporting China, being a partner with China, is being on the right side of history. Thank you so much.
Well, I'd next like to present my view on why defense of China must include its socialist character and the role of the Communist Party of China. The US imperialist ruling class is waging an ideological assault on people's China. To combat the propaganda, we must expose the reason for this extraordinary hostility to China. The class differences of the two countries' social systems. China's emergence is a world-scale game changer with its Belt and Road initiatives to 150 countries, the Shanghai Cooperation Agreement, the BRICS Plus. China has become a shield, an alternative to the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank with their brutal structural adjustment, deregulation, privatization programs. The Africa Summit held in Beijing, the meeting of the Palestinian organizations in Beijing, confirms this. China ended poverty for 800 million people, something that is beyond the power of any capitalist country. Life expectancy is higher today in China than in the United States, and China's growth in living standards is leading the world. So US imperialism is doubling down. Both Democrats and Republicans agree. The Pentagon agrees, NATO agrees for new sanctions, new tariffs, new rounds of propaganda directed at China. And they're aimed at, and they all say this, preparing for war by 2025. We should take this seriously. In the Pacific Ocean and the South China Sea, US strategists are rushing to construct a NATO-like military alliance. Every arm of the imperialist colossus is planning for this war. Vicious propaganda, expanding military budgets, relentless war games, military maneuvers. So this is a valuable meeting, online and here today, because political movements, parties, and organizations of the working class that take sides in the global class struggle are the most valuable anchor to withstand the crises confronting the working class and all oppressed people. Without this anchor, workers and activists are cast adrift in the onslaught of each imperialist flood. China's gains hold a liberating potential for humanity. If we can explain the reason for US imperialism's hostility and why Washington calls Beijing the greatest threat, we strengthen popular resistance to the US war drive. So we urgently need to take the defense of China to a higher level. Imperialist divide and rule tactics are intended to throw dissension and demoralization into our ranks. And voices in all the imperialist centers are united in slandering China by calling it an imperialist country. They say it's no different from past imperialist looters. This constantly repeated propaganda attacks can make the slander stick. So it's important to underline the class difference between People's China and the US. In a capitalist country, totally owned for the benefit of corporate billionaires, the CEOs and board of directors must base their decisions on maximizing profits, or they lose their position. US federal funds feed the military corporations and their subcontractors, providing the highest rate of guaranteed profit. A capitalist economy relies on brutal state repression, enforcing this private ownership of all the means of production, of all the resources. That's the role of the police and the courts and the largest prison system on the planet. It's the role of the Pentagon and the giant US-commanded NATO military alliance. They're the enforcers, 800 military bases around the world. They're the enforcers. With socialist planned production, China has enjoyed steady development for 75 years, without recessions, rock-bottom depressions that are a feature of every capitalist economy for centuries. In China, whose economy is still developing, the major productive forces are collectively owned. And since the decisions are not driven by profit, rational planning is possible. The Chinese Revolution shook the world. It aroused workers and peasants globally. It achieved victory in 1949, 75 years ago, October 1, because it was led by the Communist Party of China. They drove out the dominant imperialist powers that had looted China. The early accomplishments were made by a totally impoverished nation, but it opened the road to a new society. The CPC reorganized agriculture as well as basic industries. Every step forward required a mass mobilization involving the great energy of millions of people. They collectively built the basic schools and literacy programs, mass immunization, sanitation, irrigation, dams, infrastructure. They collectivized the land, and they enthusiastically broke the back of the old feudal landlord system. In an all-out effort to strangle this new society, the US and its allies walled off revolutionary China from Western trade and technology during its first 30 years. China's tasks were enormous and full of contradictions. It led to fierce debates within the party. In a world dominated by monopoly capital, things were also changing fast, and the leadership of the CPC became convinced that despite many heroic efforts, that the only way out of total isolation and to a new level of productivity and development was to reach an accord with the US and with Western imperialism. So 1978 marks the reform, the opening up. It was a compromise. After this decision to turn toward gaining access to Western technology and trade, China focused extensively on its own development and on gaining Western investment. This necessarily opened China's economy to hostile class elements. Western investment of money, machinery, technology, and skills flooded into China. And along with this, a capitalist class grew in China. Big capitalist corporate investors internationally assumed they'd be able to overturn China's socialist base. They were wrong, and now they are angry. So let's recognize the socialist base of the Chinese economy, the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party in building an economy of a new type. This phase of socialist construction is described by the CPC as market socialism, socialism with a market, socialism with Chinese characteristics. China explains that they are building towards socialism. They're in the primary stage of socialism, and that China is not yet a fully developed socialist country with equality for all. That's an honest evaluation of this long process of change. The Communist Party of China keeps firm political control over this complex and uneven process. The CPC has more than 90 million members. That's incredible. Its cells elected from the ranks from below are in every workplace, neighborhood, school, and department, and they are committed to defending socialist property and to protecting Chinese sovereignty. The key economic role is assigned to the state, a state controlled by the working class. Every major industry, especially banking, remains under state control, a state controlled by this massive Communist Party from the ranks on up. The central banks play a crucial role in subsidizing and developing key industries. Since there's little and no planning possible under capitalism, it can't solve the overarching problems that humanity faces on a global scale. So there's much more on this online. I will just close, and you can find me and find each of the speakers here online today. But I'll close by saying socialist economies based on planning and cooperation can solve many problems. So stepping up our defense of China, its revolution, and its accomplishments is necessary for the collective future of humanity. We'll close this opening panel with a talk from Zhang Huihui, who is the director of the China Institute at Fudan University, and his talk is on China's leap of development in 75 years.
Hello, friends, comrades, and other guests. On the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the People's Republic of China, I'm more than happy to join you to celebrate this great occasion from Shanghai. In 75 years of socialist construction, China has become the world's largest economy by purchasing power parity since 2014. And today, China is the largest industrial, manufacturing, and trading nation with the world's largest middle class and extreme poverty eradicated and life expectancy 2 years higher than the United States. Furthermore, thanks to Chinese socialism, at the speed of accomplishing almost one industrial revolution every decade since the early 1980s, China is now at the forefrontier of the fourth industrial revolution with big data, AI, and quantum technologies, etc. And now China is the only country capable of providing goods, services, and experience from all the four industrial revolutions to the whole world. All this has changed China forever and changed the world forever. Indeed, the first group of countries rising up during the 18th and 19th centuries, like Britain and France, had a population around tens of millions. The second group of countries rising up during the 20th century, like United States and Japan, had a population around 100 million. And China's rise in the 21st century represents a population of over 1 billion, which is more than the total populations of the previous two groups combined. Furthermore, China's stunning success has been achieved in peace and under socialism through the leadership of the Communist Party of China, rather than through wars and plunders and through colonialism or imperialism for the West. What's more important, China's rise is not that of an ordinary country, but that of a socialist civilizational state, which means China is an amalgam of the world's longest continuous civilization and super large modern socialist state, which has at least 4 features. That is, a super large population, a super vast territory, super long traditions, and super rich cultures, each of which is a blend of ancient and modern, more specifically, a blend of China's past and its modern socialist adaptations and innovations. Taking its super long traditions as an example, China's ancient traditions have evolved, developed, and adapted in virtually all branches of human knowledge and practices. For instance, the West is very critical of China's so-called one-party system. Yet, to most Chinese, it's nothing extraordinary. Since its first unification in 221 BC, China has been mostly governed by a unified ruling entity. Otherwise, the country would have become disintegrated. China had copied the American political model with adversarial political system following its 1911 Republican Revolution, and the country soon degenerated into chaos, into warlords fighting each other, with millions of lives lost. In its history, China's unified ruling entity was mostly sustained by a system of meritocracy, with officials selected through public exams, or the Keju system since the Sui dynasty close to 1,500 years ago. And since 1949, under the CPC's leadership, this ancient system has been adapted into today's what I call selection plus election model. China's top echelon leaders have almost all served at least twice as the number 1 of a Chinese province, which means they have administered, in most cases, more than 100 million people before taking up their current positions. As a result, China's top echelon leadership is obviously among the most competent, experienced in the world today. The tradition of a unified ruling entity has carried with it a holistic approach to political governance. I would describe Western-style political parties as partisan interest political parties, and the CPC as a holistic interest political party. This also explains why China is able to reform and reinvent itself all the time, pioneering the way to overcome all kinds of vested interests and ensure an overall balance between political power, social power, and power of capital in favor of the vast majority of the Chinese population. As a result, most Chinese are the real beneficiaries of China's dramatic transformation, a hallmark of Chinese socialism today. Of course, China is by no means perfect, and China is still faced with many challenges. Some are really daunting challenges. Yet, I also believe that with China's extraordinary achievements over the past 75 years, China will be able to overcome these challenges and do perhaps even better in the years and the decades to come. On this positive note, I stop here and wish your celebration a great success. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
The third panel before our lunch today. And for the hundreds watching us on Zoom during the lunch, we'll have some video streaming that I think you'll find very interesting. Also, in closing this panel, I'll say that this is a book put out by the Friends of Socialist China called People's China at 75, The Flag Stays Red, and we will be holding in the coming weeks a book signing and a welcoming of this new book, People's China at 75, The Flag Stays Red, and it's made by the Friends of Socialist China and edited by Keith Bennett and Carlos Martinez. So we'll turn it over to Margaret Kimberly and panel number 2. Thank you.
Good morning. And I want to invite our speakers who are present. Some are virtual, Arnold August and R.J. Red. Okay, there they are. Good morning, everyone. And power to the people. Power to the people. All right. Thank you so much. It's a cloudy day, but we need to wake ourselves up. Thank you so much for being here today at the Malcolm X and Betty Shabazz Center. I'm Margaret Kimberly, Executive Editor of Black Agenda Report, and I'm very pleased to be chairing this panel on exposing imperialist propaganda. It's very important that we acknowledge the 75th anniversary of the birth of the People's Republic of China, which is one of the most significant events in world history. However, this is a very, very difficult week as we mourn the martyred in Gaza and in Lebanon. And I want to say, someone said 40,000 dead in Gaza. Lancet says it's more like 186,000. So we're talking about, and we don't know how many in Lebanon. But these war crimes, this genocide, makes it all the more important to learn about China's accomplishments and its role in forging cooperation among nations and its efforts at peacemaking. So we have an amazing panel on this much-needed discussion on the topic of exposing imperialist propaganda. We are awash in anti-China war propaganda. Everything from tall tales about Chinese police stations and China buying up all the farmland. Of course, you know the biggest owner of farmland in the country is Bill Gates. You know that, right? So this is a very, very important topic as we are being herded. We're being propagandized into believing that China is an enemy of people in this country and that there is some benefit in having a war, a hot war, attempting to strangle China economically, and possibly even having a hot war with another nuclear nation. So let's get to it. Let's stay on schedule. I'm reminding our speakers to limit their remarks to 7 minutes so that we may stay on schedule. And I will remind when you get to 7 minutes. Anyway, so let us begin. So we have panelists who are here in person, and we have panelists who are here virtually. And we will start with Arnold August, who is someone I never met in person. We've been friends on social media. He's here from Montreal. So it's such a pleasure to welcome him to the podium. Arnold is a journalist and an author of Xinjiang, Eyewitness Account. Arnold August.
Thank you very much, Margaret. You hear me well? In fact, yes, it's a great pleasure to see you finally in person after all, I don't know, decades or whatever. My talk is it's going to, in the main, based on a visual, a YouTube that I put together of 6 minutes and 45 seconds, based on our visit to, make the point as much as possible in a visual way. I was part of a select group of 6 people from different continents, one from Oceania, Australia, one from Europe, myself from North America, and 3 people from Latin America. Now, where do we visit? We visit Xinjiang, which is often known as Tibet, even though the real name is Xinjiang. And it is the Xinjiang Autonomous Region. We also visit Qinghai, which is the neighboring province with a very high proportion of people of Tibetan origin. So we're ready to roll my film. Hope it's ready. Because without the film, I have nothing to say. Yeah. So here we're visiting boarding school. We know about all of the disinformation regarding boarding school. What do we see? Here it is.
I was very impressed by how huge it was, how big it was. The library, of course, me being a writer, and the quantity of books that are in the library. Of course, the football camp. So, overall, the infrastructure of the school impressed me a lot. It has a very elevated, a very high pattern. They had Tibetan, English, Chinese, history, physics, chemistry, moral and ethics, and math, of course. And it impressed me a lot the fact that there are 3 languages.
I come from Argentina. In our country, we know that the west of China had been poor for many centuries, and Qinghai was one of the provinces that has been poor for so long. Coming now, and I am witnessing big efforts and being materialized on poverty alleviation. I see the people that was poor not so many years ago. Now it's very, very good and very good conditions. Their children are going to school, and the life conditions, the houses, the clothes, and the conditions of the city, like electricity and water and all the services are very, very good. So this has been a very quick change, a very fast development in the sense of poverty alleviation. So I see people as better. I see a lot of dignity, and that is very moving.
China, it was so inspiring to see those young people in the schools in China. When we think back, what was the situation in China before 1949, before the liberation of China? Nothing could compare to what was the situation there to the situation now. And it was so pleasant, even though, of course, I do not speak Mandarin or Tibetan, I could not communicate. But even without communication, just by the eye contact with those students, I'm very happy to see. You can tell that they are proud of what they are doing. They are proud to be part of the Chinese Revolution. It was I would say it was one of the most inspiring portions of the visit that we have had so far, and I'm sure there will be
inspiring situations such as this in the future. Just the fact that children have not only they have the right, the possibility to go to school and up to many years for free, it makes a major change for China in the future, where you have a whole section of the population who is being educated in order to take on positions in the Chinese society, in the Chinese government, to advance the cause of the Chinese people. So nothing could be more important than education for the youth. And what I saw in that school, that it showed what China is doing. We could see it on the faces of those Chinese young Tibetan students. We could see it on their faces. They're proud about what they are doing, that they are learning, in order to be part of this amazing, I would say, one of the most important advances in the history of mankind, what China is doing now. And those youth are part of it, are going to be part of it.
This is the cafeteria in the boarding school.
More than 600 students, and that means a total of 1,200 students can dine together on the first and second floor, providing a reliable, safe, and comfortable dietary right here. There's this multimedia room, like where students have access to iPads.
At one point, I asked about the possibility of using cell phones in the classroom.
And the advantages are actually, you see, because of everybody playing cell phones, they cannot concentrate on the teacher's talks or teachers.
They have no right to bring cell phones in the classroom.
Like Tibetan class, it's very important that you learn first from the teacher, and then you should repeat or you should write down your notes, and then like rethink and reflect. It's very like methodical way of learning Tibetan.
This is the second part of the trip in Xizang, or what is also known in Tibet. We visit that special startup town for technology.
New companies, and so far we have more than 60 companies are working here in these buildings. The 3 years, the rental office is free from there. They give the office in this building. So water fees, electronic fees, and the residential fees all are governed by the government. So the young people, they can only bring the computer and start working here. They can pursue their dream here.
Yeah, so as he just finished saying, in that special tech town that was developed a few years ago, they provide everything to anyone who wants to participate. Just bring your computers and you could do anything you want to develop your own ideas, your own enterprise. So the question comes now, well, where's socialism and all that? Well, it's very, very much a part of it. In order to be allowed to have that privilege of going to that tech school or that tech enterprise, coming from the admission, in order to be allowed, you have to include adherence to the Constitution of the People's Republic of China and support for the leadership of the Communist Party of China and the socialist system. It does not say you have to be a member of the party, but you could not be expelled from the party and being admitted to the school. So that's my main point about this. Of all places in the world, there you have Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics. The proper balance between individual initiative, at the same time, the social goals of the Chinese Revolution. For the people, young people who succeed, they also succeed in further developing socialism in China. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arnold. Excuse me. And our next speaker is virtual, Lee Soo-hin. So we're going to cue that up. He's director of the China-U.S. Solidarity Network, China's Xinjiang versus U.S. on Palestine.
Greeting from Shanghai, China. My name is Soo-hin Lee, Li Xiaoshen, from China-U.S. Solidarity Network and the National Immigrant Solidarity Network. We are community-based organizations between Los Angeles and Shanghai, China and the United States to build social justice issue to support each other for binational activist solidarity, mobilization, and the work to fight against U.S. imperialism, to stop U.S. battering China, and to support the immigrants' rights, civil rights, and human rights in the United States against the multinational corporations and the U.S. elites. We're right now in China to working on several projects to build Chinese activist solidarity with U.S. activists to fight against U.S. imperialist war around the world. The endless, senseless war in the or proxy war in the Asia, in the Middle East, and also the sanctions across the world from Russia to the Central and South Americas. Today I want to talk why I am in China. The reason is we need to mobilize every Chinese activist and U.S. peace activist to fight against U.S. imperialist conspiracy against our country, from sanctions to color revolutions to military encirclement. One of the key, most important current project is the so-called the Xinjiang genocide claim, which is U.S. is totally fabricated what happened in Xinjiang. As my work as an activist, and also I have been organizing many fact-finding tours to go into the Xinjiang, and I'm physically, personally living in China, from Shanghai to going to the west part of the China. We've been witnessing many times, in details, in personal levels, what we can see, the prosperities and the safety and the kindness and the humanity across China. There's no such thing as a genocide in Xinjiang. In the region, Uyghurs, Hans, and other ethnic minorities are lived side by side peacefully and working together to build a better life and with prosperous future. In Xinjiang, we've been bringing many Western activists from US to UK to Canada. Have been for the last couple of years. We also have been producing a documentary, Voices of Xinjiang, with Sarah Founders and with Kopings and other activists, witness what really happening in Xinjiang. Multi-ethnic unities, including the prosperous economy and also the harmonic society. That's exactly what is a different than what we experiencing, what I'm living in Los Angeles or New York cities, where the police brutalities, the economic crisis, the homelessness, as well as all these oligarchs using public resources to exploit the economic system for their own gain. The multinational corporation, endless greed and hunger for the money, hunger for the profit to exploit the workers and slave laborers across the U.S. It's also the shame that when the U.S. imperialists supporting the genocidal Israel Zionists against invade the Gaza and also supporting the weapons and also the political maneuvering to support Netanyahu for continuing the genocide in Gaza, as well as the hunger campaign to want to stop every Gazan from no food and no medicine to death. That is the ethnic cleansing. Yet the U.S. imperialists, including the genocide Joe, supporting this, while they shamefully claiming this is a justified, while they are fabricating the so-called Xinjiang genocide claim in China, and then using that as a justification to launching countless sanctions and also racist propaganda campaign against China. I want to encourage every activist, peace-loving activist in the US and around the world can see through this, can talk to the activists in China, or you're coming to visit China, to see by yourself, to come to China, to communicate with the activists, to build a true multi-ethnic international solidarity between China, US, and the Western countries' activists. China-US Solidarity Network is going to work on this project to support to build this. Currently, we are organizing our delegations. I hope you can come to join our next delegation end of this year and the next year. We're also making a documentary called Voice of Xinjiang. That is a documentary about what we're witnessing in Xinjiang and to debunk the US and the Western myth. I hope you can join us, support our work, and we can build our solidarity to fight against the US imperialists and also the census war across the world. Because people united will never be defeated. 世界人民大团结，万岁！
And our next speaker is here with us, R.J. Red, who is a union organizer, speaking on answering U.S. propaganda on Xinjiang.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm RJ. I'm a union organizer, founding member of Starbucks Workers United in Buffalo. Thank you. I'm an anti-imperialist activist. I'm a staunch defender of the People's Republic of China and a member of Workers' World Party. And I'm very honored to be a part of this program today. I think the timing couldn't be better. Not just because we want to come together to celebrate the revolutionary history of China and the accomplishments today, but also to avoid a war that our imperialist ruling class here in the US is pushing on all fronts in Taiwan, in the South China Sea, in Xinjiang. I especially want to talk about Xinjiang because I think that this is a region of China that is most often lied about. We're told that China is committing a genocide against Uyghur people, that they're suppressing languages, different cultures, religion. We're told that China is using slave labor. This is the common narrative. The media says that what China is doing to the Uyghurs is what Israel and the United States are doing to the Palestinians in Gaza, in the West Bank, in all the occupied land. Many in the anti-imperialist movement don't know how to respond to this. But we need to be able to tackle this head on. We can't be afraid to talk about this. So I want to talk about what I saw when I was in Xinjiang. I want to give a special thanks to Li Suhin and the China-U.S. Solidarity Network. My comrade Sarah Flounders and I got to spend a lot of time in China, almost 2 weeks in Xinjiang. And what I saw was the complete opposite of what I was told by the U.S. media. I saw economic development at a pace that most countries have never seen. I saw the creation of jobs, bringing in new industries, the creation of housing on a mass scale, public transportation, high-speed rail, things that working class people in this country don't even have, in the richest country on earth, the imperial core. Education opportunities, affirmative action practices, all of these things that China is doing to develop in Xinjiang. I saw grants for businesses. We talked to farmers, Uyghur families, Kazakh families. They explained that they had been nomadic farmers for generations and they have been receiving grants to open up new businesses, open up dairy farms, producing yogurt, producing all these products that they didn't have the means to. They didn't have the capital. And that's changing now at a fast pace. I saw a diversity of culture like I've never seen anywhere in the world. Dozens of ethnic groups that have shared this region for hundreds of years that call it home. I saw a diversity of languages being spoken. Children, school children, 6 years old, they can speak 3 different languages. I saw street signs, both, government street signs as well as on businesses, shops that had multiple languages listed. If you've got 4 or 5 different languages listed together, these are not being suppressed, they're being taught, they're being encouraged, and people are being brought together. When I was there, I saw a communist party that was attentive to the needs of the people living there, both in the rural areas as well as the urban areas. We talked to people that explained buildings that were damaged by earthquakes, historic areas of Kashgar and other cities that had to be rebuilt, and the democratic processes that went into how to rebuild it, which buildings do we restore, and things like this. You don't see that kind of a democratic input when developers in this country wipe out entire blocks, gentrify them, turn them into condos or parking lots. We talked to people who explained during the COVID crisis how the Young Communist League was going around doing food distribution, bringing groceries to people, providing them the things that they need. We talked to people in state-run farms, little villages, that explain that the Communist Party has officers in each of these villages that checks on what people need. One example I'd like to give. We met with a couple different farmers in this village, and they explained, we have these sheep and different cattle, and they get sick, and the closest veterinarian is in the city, and we can't get there. We need a veterinarian. The party took this information. They got grants together. They found people to make it happen that lived in the village. They sent them to school. They studied to be a veterinarian. They gave them the resources they needed to start up their own veterinarian practice. They're developing parts of the economy that hadn't been there, bringing Xinjiang into the future. And I asked them, okay, well, what happens if the farmers don't have enough money to get their sheep treated? And they said, well, the government will pay for it. And I realized that the sheep in China had better health care than we have here. But this is just an example. This is many examples of development and attentiveness to the needs that we saw. And the main thing that I want to talk about, the comparison to what's happening in Gaza We have to debunk that loud and clear. Because what we see in Gaza, we all see it. We go on social media. We see destruction. We see genocide. We see an economic blockade that's been in place for years. Gaza is an open-air prison. And what does this narrative about China accomplish? Well, it justifies U.S. sanctions. People in Xinjiang that want to export their products, Uyghur-owned businesses, they're harmed by these sanctions because they can't export outside of the domestic market. Western media even appropriates the language of the BDS movement, trying to claim that it's in support of the Uyghurs, and that justifies these sanctions. But the sanctions are targeting everyday working class people, not like the BDS movement that's targeting Zionist corporations that are linked to the ethnic cleansing and destruction of the Palestinians. The goal of these sanctions is to disrupt Xinjiang, to turn people against their own government, to make the people suffer, just like the blockade in Cuba. The goal is to stoke ethnic division and separatism and try to tear apart the People's Republic of China, disrupt the Belt and Road Initiative. The same people that are spreading this narrative about China are completely fine with justifying the genocide against Palestine every single day in the news. What they are trying to do with the People's Republic of China is the same thing that they did with the USSR and Yugoslavia and every other multinational worker state that rose to challenge the power of capitalism and imperialism. And I'll be showing some of my clips from my trip during the lunch break. So thank you all for your time, and I hope you enjoy it when it gets shown. Thank you.
Thank you, RJ. Our next presentation is virtual from Ken Hammond of the Party for Socialism and Liberation and author 75 Years of Socialism with Chinese Characteristics.
Greetings, I'm Ken Hammond. I'm a professor of East Asian and Global History at New Mexico State University. I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation and an activist with the organization Pivot to Peace, working to defuse the tensions between the United States and China and create a world where we're not pivoting to Asia with American military assets, but working together for a more peaceful and prosperous world. I'm very happy to be here today as we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the establishment of the People's Republic of China. And I would just like to take a few minutes here to say something about the idea of socialism with Chinese characteristics, which has been the animating principle in the history of the People's Republic and indeed in the Chinese Revolution overall over the past a little more than a century. When we think about socialism with Chinese characteristics, what we're really considering is a practical application of the ideals, the principles, the analytical methodologies of dialectical materialism, looking at the actually existing conditions in China and adapting the theoretical prospects or the theoretical propositions of Marxism, Leninism to the realities that are on the ground in China. This is a project that began with the establishment of the Communist Party back in 1921 and was a long and arduous struggle. The 1920s was a very difficult period, but finally, by the 1930s, under the leadership of Mao Zedong, the Chinese Communist Party placed itself on a successful path of revolution by understanding the idea that the peasantry were, in a sense, rural proletarians, as Mao described them, and were the natural allies of the industrial working class. That methodology, that principle, that tactical approach led to the success of the revolution in 1949, and China embarked upon its course of development since then. And these past 75 years have seen this idea of applying dialectical materialism, applying Marxism, Leninism to the real conditions of China take us down a long and complicated path with lots of ups and downs, lots of victories, lots of failures, lots of successes, lots of defeats. It's been a tumultuous history in many ways, but one which has unfolded along a course aimed at improving the lives of the Chinese people, building a socialist future for China, and creating a system that was based on the public ownership of wealth and its application through the instrumentalities of the Chinese state to improving the livelihoods of the people and raising the standards of living and all that. From 1949 to 1976, this was a very difficult process, a process where tremendous growth was made and housing conditions, healthcare, educational opportunities, all kinds of things were improved and enhanced, but there was a lot of conflict within the party, within society, over what the best path forward was. And this was a period, of course, where culminating with the great proletarian cultural revolution, where different groupings within the party, different interpretations of how best to build socialism came into conflict with one another. That period comes to an end after the death of Mao Zedong in 1976. And since 1978-79, China has been embarked upon a path of reform and opening to the outside. That path has itself had different phases, different periods of time. There was a long period, what we might call accommodation with the West. The idea of reform and opening was that China wanted to develop its economy rapidly, to expand and enhance its productive capabilities. And in order to do that, they needed access to capital, to technology, to other kinds of knowledge and experience from the outside, from the capitalist world. And this necessitated, for a period of time, the 80s, the 90s, even into the beginning of the present century, where China accommodated itself to the global capitalist system. It went along to get the things that it needed for its own development. But about 13 years ago, China entered into what is called the New Era, at this point still under the leadership of Xi Jinping. And this is a period where we have seen China, in a sense, the Chinese people once again standing up. Mao Zedong very famously in 1949 on October 1st said the Chinese people have stood up. And as they have made their way forward and as they have struggled to build a better future for themselves and indeed to become something of a model for other developing peoples in the world, once again now the Chinese people have stood up. And they are no longer making this sort of accommodation with the West, particularly with the United States. That has led to a period of conflict, a period where the United States has become increasingly hostile and aggressive. The pivot to Asia is aimed at encircling China, containing China, and that's something that all of us who support the Chinese Revolution and support the struggle for socialist construction everywhere that it's possible, this is something that we have to fight against. The struggles against American imperialism, of course, aren't only concerned with China. Right now, of course, we know that American imperialism is aggressively asserting itself in the world in places like Ukraine, in the Israeli genocide in Gaza, and we have to oppose all of those things as well. The key to the success of socialism with Chinese characteristics is the maintenance of the socialist core in China. The new era where China is today, this era of reform and opening and the ending of the accommodation with capitalism, with Western capitalism, this is unprecedented territory. China is charting a new path every single day, and it's one in which that struggle, that effort to build a socialist future, we need to support it, we need to encourage it, and we need to congratulate the Chinese people on the wonderful things they have accomplished over the last 75 years. So as I say, it's a wonderful thing to be here today and share this moment with you. And I express my solidarity with the people of China and with all of you comrades who are here celebrating it together. Thank you very much.
And our next speaker is here with us, Joo-hyun Park of Nodal for Korean Community Development, speaking on Korea, the New Cold War, and the U.S. Out of Korea campaign.
Good morning, comrades.
Good morning.
It's a joy to be here with you today to mark 75 years of the People's Republic of China and to commemorate the world historical contributions of the Chinese Revolution. And while today is a very happy occasion, we are also meeting in perilous times. The crisis of the imperialist system has led to the outbreak of punishing wars in Eastern Europe and Western Asia. And as we speak, war clouds are gathering in East Asia under the auspices of the new Cold War. And it is our belief that the Korean Peninsula has now emerged as the most volatile flashpoint in the region. Korea today is at the highest risk of war that it has been in for decades. While it is true that since 1953, the Korean War has been in a suspended state, and while it is true that for all this time, the United States has retained tens of thousands of troops, dozens of military bases on our peninsula, there has been a significant change over the last couple of years. What I'm speaking of is changes in the political conditions within the peninsula itself, which have now deteriorated to the point that we can say we are in a new era of Korean history and therefore the history of the region as well. What is the cause of this change? To begin, the South Korean regime today has deteriorated to a more reactionary and subservient position than it has been for decades. Under the current president Yoon Suk-yeol, the Republic of Korea has declared its right to launch preemptive strikes against the DPRK. It has also declared Pyongyang its so-called principal enemy. Last year, the Republic of Korea betrayed the masses of Korean people on both sides of the peninsula and around the world by entering into a military alliance with Japan, our first colonizer. It has also rolled out the red carpet for a massive escalation in US war threats in Korea. In 2023, US Forces Korea engaged in 200 days of war exercises on our peninsula. This spring, the militaries of 12 nations were invited to participate in these barbaric war games for the first time ever. And just last month, the United States and the Republic of Korea held a series of nuclear war exercises on our peninsula, initiating rehearsals for a nuclear strike on Korea, which are likely to only grow in their complexity and severity in the years to come. So given these and other escalations, the DPRK made the momentous decision earlier this year to abandon the strategy of peaceful reunification with the Republic of Korea. The DPRK now recognizes a paradigm of two hostile states on the Korean Peninsula for the first time in its history. This marks a definitive end to the era when peaceful reunification remained a possibility in Korea. The only party at the present moment that is speaking of reunification in explicit terms is the Republic of Korea, under the auspice of what it calls a new freedom-based unification doctrine. This calls for regime change in the DPRK via means of color revolution or by any means necessary. It is simply a recipe for war. So we are now in a sharper and more dangerous stage of the Korean anti-imperialist struggle. Consequently, the peninsula has now become the most volatile flashpoint in East Asia, where the contradiction between the forces of imperialism and anti-imperialism are at their highest, and therefore so is the threat of war. We must note that there has not been a single conflict on the Korean Peninsula since 1895 that did not involve outside powers or eventually spiral into a regional confrontation. If the US imperialists and South Korean ruling class succeed in achieving a war in Korea, this will spiral into a regional war and likely into a global one as well between nuclear powers. These conditions raise a point of strategic concern for the world anti-imperialist movement, and particularly for those of us here in the United States. As friends of revolution everywhere, as anti-imperialists, as socialists, we have to collectively recognize the need to confront the US's military encirclement of China. We also have to recognize the particular role of solidarity with the national liberation struggles of occupied countries in the vicinity. And we have to see that there is a special role that the DPRK plays in US imperialist strategy. The United States cannot always afford politically to antagonize China because China has become a world power. However, Washington can always lean on the DPRK as a reliable scapegoat and thereby achieve the same strategic aims in the region. We have to note that the new Japan-Korea-United States alliance and the Japan-Philippines alliance were both formed citing the alleged threat posed by the DPRK as their justification. As a result, what we're now seeing is that Asian NATO is rising using the DPRK as a very reliable scapegoat, and we know that that structure will be weaponized against all the countries of our region. So it's in recognition of these facts that Norutol has launched the US Out of Korea campaign earlier this year. I'm very proud and happy and grateful to note that a number of the organizations in attendance today have endorsed this campaign, joining more than 60 organizations around the US that have thrown their weight behind the call for the United States to leave Korea for good. The reason we've called this campaign is to redirect the energy of the former peaceful reunification movement towards a direct confrontation with US imperialism. Since the end of Japanese colonialism, the process of decolonization and national liberation in Korea have been violently interrupted by the United States. For the past 79 years, the United States has waged a war against the Korean people, which is in actuality a war against all the peoples of Asia, all the working peoples of the world. And it's in that spirit that we recognize that this campaign is not only for Korean people, but for all progressive peoples of the United States and the world who oppose imperialism and struggle for a common future. Consequently, we've put forward the following demands, and I urge everyone here and all of you listening on Zoom to visit usoutofkorea.org to learn more. Our first demand is the full and permanent withdrawal of US troops and weapon systems from Korea and the immediate return of all Korean land, water, and airspace appropriated by the US military to the Korean people. Secondly, we demand an end to all US-South Korean alliances, including the Japan-Korea-US trilateral security cooperation. We demand an end to all US-South Korea joint command structures, the Combined Forces Command, the United Nations Command, any form in which they may take, recognizing that these primarily exist for the US to dominate South Korea militarily and use it as an appendage. Third, we demand an end to all US military exercises in Korea, all forms of war threats against the DPRK, including sanctions against the North Korea, whether they be implemented through the United States government or the UN Security Council. And fourth, we demand the US government divert spending from war, prisons, and policing. We demand housing, education, healthcare, and climate justice for working people. There are $1.5 trillion that the US expends on war alone every single year. Meanwhile, we have hurricanes buffeting Appalachia. We have homeless people in the streets of this city. We have more child poverty than we have seen in decades. We say enough is enough. Thus far, since the launch of our campaign, we have staged rallies this August, attended by hundreds of people in 3 cities, against the annual Ulji Freedom Shield US War Games in Korea, which are some of the largest military exercises on Earth. We will continue to mount and expand our resistance in the coming years. We invite everyone here to participate in that process and join us in the work of providing further education, not only to the general public, but also to the left concerning the US's role in Korea and the war threats that are emanating from it. We know that we're at a pivotal time in US politics. Many people are wondering how the outcome of this election will shape the future of this country and the world. We can't see the future, but one thing that we know for certain is that in the years to come, as the US enters its final crisis, it will only sink its teeth further into Korea as a means of achieving war in the region. So we stand ready to interrupt that process, to organize people, to mount resistance, and fight for a liberated future where we no longer have to contend with the threat of imperialism domestically or abroad. Thank you all for your time. We invite you all to pick up one of our palm cards with more information about our campaign at the table to my left. We'll be around all day, and we look forward to meeting with all of you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And our next speaker is a virtual participant, Chen Huihua, who is the EU Bureau Chief of China Daily, and speaking on China's peaceful rise and responsible foreign policy. And I urge you, if you are not on the X platform, formerly Twitter, you must read Chen Huihua's posts. They are the best. They're so wonderful. Someone even created a parody account, Victims of Chen Huihua, because he is sharp and witty and great. So Chen Huihua will join us virtually.
It's a great honor for me to speak to you here in my personal capacity at this very important event marking the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. I want to first express my personal appreciation for Friends of Socialist China for your good work in advocating world peace and justice and in supporting China against the U.S. new Cold War and against its reckless smear campaign against China. Chairman Mao's declaration 75 years ago that the Chinese people have stood up, have made Chinese extremely proud of being Chinese after the nation had suffered a century of humiliation inflicted upon by imperial and colonial powers. China's rapid peaceful rise, especially since the reform and opening up in the late 1970s, is a miracle and unprecedented in human history. China has lifted 800 million people out of poverty, greatly raised the living standards of its people, advanced the capacity in education, public health, science, and technology. And China has become a global manufacturing powerhouse, including in renewable energy and other clean industries. China has been playing an important and responsible role on the world stage and as a permanent member of the UN Security Council and as a voice for the developing world. It's exactly such China's independent foreign policy, unique development path, and its rapid peaceful rise that have made many in Washington feel threatened. And in sustaining the U.S. global hegemony. That is why the U.S. has been going all out to contain China's development. The U.S. has been waging trade wars, tariff wars against China. It has put hundreds of Chinese tech companies on its notorious entity list for export control. The U.S. has been forcing countries to choose sides in its bid to divide the world into Cold War type of political blocs. The U.S. has also been provoking China in potential hot wars by boosting arms supplies to Taiwan, which is internationally recognized as part of China. The U.S. has been flexing its muscle for decades in air and sea near China's shore, not to mention its hundreds of military bases aimed at encircling China. In March this year, U.S. President Joe Biden approved a classified nuclear strategy to counter the so-called China threat. It is the invitation to nuclear arms race and poses a real threat to the existence of humanity. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg made a similar dangerous nuclear warmongering back in June. U.S. leaders, lawmakers, politicians, and even the news media have indulged in demonizing China amid a resurging Marxism in Washington. The bill passed recently by the U.S. House of Representatives to provide $1.6 billion to deliver anti-China propaganda overseas is just the tip of the iceberg of such U.S. smearing and disinformation campaign against China. U.S. often portrays China as a major threat to global peace. The truth is that China has one of the best records for peace. The U.S., on the other hand, has engaged in constant wars and regime changes, from Afghanistan to Iraq to Libya, just to name a few. The U.S. still refuses to lift its more than 6 decades of cruel and inhumane embargo on Cuba, despite the condemnation by the UN General Assembly every year for more than 3 decades. The world has just witnessed the hypocrisy and double standards exhibited by the U.S. and some of its allies in the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine and in Gaza. The U.S. might have succeeded in dictating and influencing some countries' foreign policy, but many countries in the world have made it very clear that they don't want to be forced to choose sides, and they don't want a new Cold War. We are living in an interconnected world, and it is more important than ever for the world to come together to tackle common global challenges, from climate change, nuclear proliferation, pandemic, to economic growth and global governance. It means resisting the U.S. hegemony, opposing a new Cold War, and building a just, peaceful, and multipolar world where developing nations have a bigger and equal say. Chinese are a peace-loving nation. Chinese believe that different civilizations, countries with different ideology, political system, culture, and tradition could and should cooperate and coexist in peace. Let's work together for world peace and world justice, and let's work together against the new Cold War. Thank you very much.
And our next virtual, before I say that, Arnold August is leaving palm cards or cards on the table if you want to reach him for more information about Tibet. Our next and last speaker is also joining us virtually, Creighton Ward of the Chow Collective. And I have to also add, Creighton did so much to make this event a reality, our lovely programs, everything, and but unfortunately can't be with us in person. So Creighton Ward of the Chow Collective, Challenging Western Marxism.
Hello everyone, it is an honor to be joining you today to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. My name is Creighton and I am a member of Chow Collective. Today, I would like to address and challenge the prevailing attitude of the Western left towards the People's Republic of China, beginning with a short reflection on my time in the country in 2019. 5 years ago, I was fortunate enough to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the PRC from inside the country. It was a bittersweet occasion, marking the year that the PRC surpassed the USSR in longevity. This milestone represented the endurance of China's revolutionary process and the stability of the world's largest socialist state. It also served as a reminder that the more empowered socialist China becomes, the more US imperial aggression against it intensifies. In the same year, China weathered a color revolution attempt in Hong Kong and a media blitz on Xinjiang. 2 months later, the discovery of the novel coronavirus would unleash a new wave of xenophobic propaganda and plunge the world into crisis. Back then, what brought me back to my country of origin was a desire to understand China from a Chinese perspective, untainted by the distortions of my Western bourgeois education. During my undergraduate studies, I realized that the radical theories and anti-capitalist politics I had been exposed to were inadequate to properly analyze and appreciate the PRC. After becoming disillusioned with my Western liberal arts education, I became increasingly convinced of the validity of Marxism-Leninism and the sincerity of the Communist Party of China. The process of re-educating myself called my entire educational history into question, and in particular, opened my eyes to the perversions of Marxism that have contributed to the Western left's ahistorical and undialectical analyses of China. One of the best resources that anti-imperialists in the West can use to understand this phenomenon is Western Marxism by the late Domenico Losordo. This book traces the bifurcation of Western and Eastern forms of Marxism and highlights the need for Western Marxism to rediscover the revolutionary core of dialectical materialism and be rejuvenated as an anti-imperialist practice. The Western Marxism that Losordo speaks of is not merely a geographic category, but refers to the commodified, chauvinist, and accommodationist form that is marketed by the academic presses and intellectuals of the imperial core as the best inheritor of the Marxist tradition. Whereas Western Marxism is largely confined to academic critique and characterized by its defeatism, utopianism, and anti-communism, Eastern Marxism, on the other hand, found practical application in the anti-colonial revolutions of the 20th century and is still being advanced by the socialist states of today. I will now pivot to read a short excerpt from the appendix of Western Marxism, summarizing the main points of the book. In the West, Marxism was schooled primarily in condemning the destructive consequences of inter-imperialist rivalry and war, while in the East, the October Revolution found an extraordinary echo thanks to the call to the, quote, slaves in the colonies, unquote, to break the chains of oppression and national humiliation. In the West, the nation-state was the bloodthirsty Moloch that sacrificed millions of people to the greed for power and interests of big business. In the East, it was a question of shaking off the colonial yoke and putting an end to the genocidal and enslaving practices used by the great capitalist powers against the, quote, barbarians, unquote. In the two zones into which the world was divided, imperialism was experienced in different ways. There is no contradiction, but rather a full convergence between these two aspects. But have Western and Marxism ever met? Has the first ever really grasped the second? Since the initial difficulties and tragedies of the system that emerged from the October Revolution became apparent, but especially since the crisis of, quote, real socialism, unquote, became clear, the split between Eastern and Western Marxists has led to the fact that Marxists in power and Marxists in opposition, the latter increasingly focused on critical theory, deconstruction, and the condemnation of power and of power relations in general, are alien to each other. And so Western Marxism was born, which increasingly understood its distance from power as a favorable condition for the rediscovery of an authentic Marxism that was no longer reduced to state ideology. In Western left discourse, it's not uncommon to hear arguments that China is imperialist, that China has betrayed its revolution and restored capitalism, that it has turned its back on the global South, etc. Western Marxists have built entire careers criticizing actually existing socialism, most notably in the Chinese form, demonizing it as authoritarian, campist, statist, etc., while sowing confusion about actually existing imperialism. These are fundamental misapprehensions of China in the world we live in. Within the imperial core, solidarity with China is an embattled position against the Western left intelligentsia's reflexive anti-communism, rejection of the national question, and anti-materialist conceptions of imperialism. Marxists supportive of China are put in a defensive position from the start. These are the terms of discourse that bourgeois institutions have set for us and that we must refuse if an anti-imperialist Marxism is to develop in the West. In Western Marxism, Losordo observed that the, quote, war that the United States is preparing for is against China, the country born of the greatest anti-colonial revolution in history, and directed by an experienced Communist Party, unquote. As the PRC enters its 75th year of struggle under intensifying imperialist aggression, there should be no doubts on the left about China's role as a world historical progressive force, its socialist character, or the positive relationship between Chinese sovereign development and the growth of its capacity for people's war. Additionally, we must understand that Western Marxists' disavowal of actually existing socialism is a class position, and not just the product of propaganda or ignorance. When I look back on my experiences during Golden Week in China in 2019, I think of the ideological freedom and inspiration that I found in China. Outside of the suffocating atmosphere and nihilism of the US, I did not have to self-censor myself, preface discussion of China with critique, or dilute my enthusiasm for Chinese socialism. I would like to thank the Friends of Socialist China for organizing today's event, which has afforded me the same discursive freedom that I enjoyed in China, and for convening this group of panelists who share a commitment to reigniting anti-imperialist Marxism in solidarity with the PRC. Thank you.
Thank you all, and that ends our panel exposing imperialist propaganda. Arnold August, Lee Soo-hin, R.J. Red, Ken Hammond, Joo-Hyun Park, Chen Wei-Hwa, and Creighton Ward. Thank you all so very much. And our next panel can come up.
All right. Good morning, one and all. And this is the good morning. And this is the final session that we're going to be having this morning, but it's on an extremely important topic. And that topic is the new Cold War against China. Now, we won't be going on forever, and lunch indeed is going to take place. And I'm going to say this one more time, but when lunch does take place, we need to keep it to less than an hour. But this session, again, is the new Cold War on China, and we all know that it's an extremely important matter. The U.S. is pursuing a policy against China that is hostile, ideologically, politically, economically, and militarily. There are extremely serious threats abounding in the world today, and we have a set of excellent speakers who are going to address these threats, and I'd like to begin by introducing them. And the first is going to be the author, Julie Tang of Comfort Woman, and she's from the Justice Coalition and co-founder of Pivot for Peace, and she's going to be dealing with the attacks on the Chinese American community. And before she starts speaking, and it's going to be online, I suppose I should introduce myself for those of you who don't know me. I'm Mick Kelly. I'm the political secretary of Freedom Road Socialist Organization. I'm honored to be here with you today. Thank you. All right.
Hello. The U.S.-China Cold War has negatively impacted the Chinese-American community with devastating consequences. Many Chinese Americans live in fear for their personal safety and dread the idea that two countries, the United States and China, are getting closer to a real war. But in so many ways, war is already happening to them here in the United States. In 2020-2021, anti-Asian hate crimes increased by 150%. To this date, hate crimes have not abated, especially in large cities like New York and San Francisco. In a 2024 report from Axios, 1 out of 3 Asians have been a victim of a hate incident. 59% of Asians believe they will be a victim of a hate incident within the next 5 years. In a new twist of sensationalism and China bashing, The Washington Post accused Chinese American communities of helping China to extend repression into American cities. On September 3rd of this year, or 3 weeks ago, a Washington Post article claims that at last year's Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit, known as APEC, members of the Chinese American community helped China to export transnational repression into American cities. The Post falsely accused the Chinese American community groups who came out to welcome President Xi to San Francisco as being the aggressors in confrontations with anti-China protesters, and that they did it under the direction of the Communist Party of China. The Post further alleges that it is all part of Chinese government's shadowy plot to quash dissident Hong Kong and Tibetan voices overseas. What really happened was the opposite. At the APEC conference, members of the Chinese American community, including myself, went to welcome President Xi to San Francisco. We were already lined up informally to catch a glimpse of President Xi when members of the Hong Kong Democracy Council and students for a free Tibet entered the scene with tall flags and anti-China posters. They barged in and pretended to be victims, crying, "Don't touch me, don't touch me," when no one was touching them. These two organizations have been long-time beneficiaries of US taxpayers' money, with hundreds of thousands of dollars of grant money from NED, National Endowment for Democracy, an offshoot of CIA for doing anti-China work in the United States. At the scene, these dissident groups used tactics consistent with those used in the 2019 Hong Kong riots. They simply brought those tactics here to the United States. They were the ones who transported repression to the United States against the Chinese American community. The tactics used in this demonstration were basically a toned-down version of Hong Kong, only without thousands of rocks, umbrellas, and firebombs that they used in Hong Kong, which would get them shot dead on the spot by the US police, unlike the Hong Kong police. But the lies and the aggressors faking being the victims came from the same mode. The mainstream media here, like some of the ones in Hong Kong, was completely biased and continued to frame the rioters as peaceful protesters, taking their word and ignoring evidence to the contrary. In developing a story against the Chinese American community, astoundingly, the Washington Post deployed facial recognition to surveil Chinese American community members. Facial recognition is a faulty, imperfect method of providing evidence that is largely banned by courts. It is what experts call a science without forensics. Interestingly, Washington Post itself published an article in 2019 claiming that facial recognition is unreliable as it contained biases and errors. Chinese and African men are likely to be misidentified 100 times more than whites. Many states and cities, including San Francisco, have banned the use of facial recognition technology by their government departments. It is a scary thought that the US mainstream media is turning into a quasi-police state in the US-China Cold War. And by the way, the Post never reported that the only person being arrested on the scene by the San Francisco police and charged by the district attorney with numerous counts of serious felonies for beating up and seriously injuring a member of the Chinese American community was one of those anti-China demonstrators. Members of the Chinese American community who went to welcome President Xi were mostly older retired Chinese Americans who wanted to be a part of the historic moment when the two presidents, Xi and Biden, met in San Francisco. The summit meeting represented a hope of peace between the two countries, a peace that would de-escalate the new Cold War and demonization of China, which produces much of the anti-Asian hate in this country. What they were doing was to show respect for the meeting of the two presidents and hope for a better future for them and for America. they were then not to transport aggression or repression from China. They don't even know what that was all about. We were living in a renewed McCarthy period, and in some ways it is even worse. The demonization of Chinese Americans as a tool of repression upon the United States is another Cold War strategy to drive American people's hate towards China and thus give consent to war with China. The post-use of facial recognition technology to surveil Chinese Americans is also a step up in the cracking down on all forms of peace advocacy, whether it be Black Uhuru 3 trial for protesting the Ukraine war, white coping women protesting genocide in Gaza, whom Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi said, go back to China, or young university students being arrested and banned from returning to university for protesting Gaza, or Chinese American scientists being arrested under Trump's China initiative. We need to stand together to fight back against the tyranny of the media and unjust US policies that will lead us to war. Advocating for world peace is now more important than ever. Thank you very much.
And next, I have the honor of introducing someone who I've known for, well, more than a few minutes and I greatly respect. And that's Sharon Black. She's the East Coast coordinator of Struggle La Lucha and is going to be talking about No War on China, What Every Worker Should Know. Give it up for Sharon.
I'm worried about dropping this thing. Long live the Chinese Revolution! Long live China! Free, free Palestine! Long live Lebanon! Thank you to the organizers of this event to mark the 75th anniversary of China's earth-shaking revolution, which broke the chains of feudal slavery and imperialist domination. Under the leadership of Mao Zedong, widely known as Chairman Mao, the Communist Party of China achieved what many deemed impossible. The revolution brought to end China's century of humiliation, which began with the British imperialists' First Opium War in 1839. Over the past 75 years, there has been incredible progress for the masses in China's working class. In 2012, China's President Xi Jinping, General Secretary of the CPC Central Committee, vowed to eradicate extreme poverty. In 2020, despite the additional challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic, the Chinese government proudly proclaimed this feat. And I raise this first because I come from Baltimore City, a city where 25% of the people live in poverty. People lay in the streets, people are homeless. And just last night I was in Harlem and the same situation exists there, extreme poverty. In the West, they could do something about it, but would rather spend trillions on the war budget. China is now a world scientific power. It has built high-speed trains and affordable electric cars, reduced pollution and carbon emissions, and engaged in space exploration. The People's Republic of China's accomplishments have spanned the gamut from healthcare to education and sports. I could go on and on. I could talk about the Belt and Road Initiative, but time doesn't allow it. So I just wanted to say, revolutionary change and the struggles of the working class don't happen in isolation. International events and global pressures influence them. The same applies to the material conditions that shape them. What the Communist Party of China and the Chinese working class have faced, whether through external or internal pressures, trade wars, attempts at dismemberment, military threats, or hot war, can best be described as a global class war. The struggle primarily pits U.S. imperialism against the working class worldwide, especially in countries intent on building socialism and liberating themselves from imperialist control. The orientation of U.S. monopoly capitalism has not for 1 minute had a hands-off policy towards China, and for that matter, the rest of the world. They are for intervention everywhere. It's important to underscore that in the decades preceding the success of the 1949 revolution, the United States military and government were already playing a role in attempting to defeat the Chinese communist revolutionaries by supplying arms to the reactionary Kuomintang. Both the bloody Korean and Vietnam wars were equally about containing, encircling, and strangling China, along with defeating the liberation aspirations of the Korean and Vietnamese people. The Pentagon visited unfathomable destruction on both Northern Korea and Vietnam. It bombed North Korea to rubble and engaged in carpet bombing and deforestation in Vietnam. An estimated 2.5 million Koreans lost their lives, and the estimated deaths of Vietnamese range from 1 to 3 million. The people of both the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and the Socialist Republic of Vietnam successfully moved heaven and earth to rebuild. The 1989 reactionary Tiananmen Square so-called student rebellion, characterized as a massacre by the West and later exposed as a lie, might possibly be described as a much earlier attempt, failed as it was, at color revolution, the name given to Western-backed attempts at regime change, starting with the Rose Revolution in the country of Georgia in 2003. Throw in the Dalai Lama and the CIA-led Tibetan independence movement and the Falun Gong project, and you can see the pattern of lies meant to turn all manner of sympathy against the CPC and direct efforts to dismember the People's Republic of China. The key to China's ability to hold off counter-revolution and to weather imperialist schemes is that the Chinese Communist Party and its government, backed by the People's Liberation Army, have continued to hold state power in the name of the working class. China continues to have a planned economy based on state-owned infrastructure. The present decade has brought bigger challenges. The maneuvers by US imperialism have been increasingly more dangerous and point in the direction of a hot war centered around Taiwan. The US-NATO proxy war against Russia and the increasing regional war in Western Asia, with Palestine as its central flashpoint, should be seen as one. What undergirds and fuels this crisis is the contraction of monopoly capitalism. More than ever, the US economy relies less on production for use and more on spending and development for what is popularly called the military-industrial complex. The capitalist banking system is intertwined with these developments. It is a superfuel for inflation and deepening impoverishment of the broader working class, making larger war inevitable. Lenin's thesis on imperialism is more important than ever. The drive towards war is independent of political administrations or individual intentions, regardless of how venal or corrupt. As the global capitalist crisis deepens, the US imperialist system is propelled towards wider war. Our role in the belly of the beast is clear. The global working class, including US workers who increasingly embody a diverse collection of nations, must be united in solidarity with the working class of China. The vast majority of the people of the United States have nothing in common with the multi-trillion-dollar bankers and war profiteers who are promoting the war buildup against China. Struggle Lucha's soon-to-be-published book, The U.S. War Drive Against China, What It Means for Workers, is an effort to expose the increasing danger of a U.S. war against China and to reveal the real enemies of the working class. Hands off China, down with U.S. imperialism. And I'd like to end in the words of Che Guevara: the revolution is not an apple that falls when it's ripe. You have to make it fall, and that is our job, to make it fall. Thank you.
Really good. Thank you very much. All right, it's now my honor to introduce D. Knight. And I've been waiting to introduce this is an old friend of mine, an old comrade. And I think I have an autographed copy of a book by you somewhere at home. But anyways, Dee, come on up here. And Dee is a DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America International Committee's China-Asia Subcommittee member. And he's going to be speaking right up here.
Thank you.
And he's going to be talking about defending China against U.S. and NATO aggression. Give a big hand to Dee.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking the Chinese leadership for its unconditional solidarity with Palestinian liberation and continuous efforts to stop Israeli slaughter and apartheid. I'd also like to thank Li Xiuhin from the China-U.S. Solidarity Committee, who was our guide in Xinjiang last November, so we could witness for ourselves there is no slavery or oppression there. I want to dedicate this talk to my friends Terry Klug and John Catalinato, who devoted much of their youth to organizing active duty U.S. soldiers and sailors through the American Servicemen's Union. John later wrote Turning the Guns Around, a political memoir of this experience. I recommend it. And Terry devoted much of the rest of his life to regular labor union work. I knew them for their work in the resistance, which I shared. It's also good to take this opportunity to highlight the inestimably powerful contribution Malcolm X made to forging anti-imperialist consciousness among the entire U.S. population, but especially among African American youth, which inspired the Black Panther Party, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and many other formations which were key factors in the development of a movement that helped stop the U.S. war against Vietnam. I was born in 1946, last century, just days after the U.S. dropped the first nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and 3 years before Chairman Mao declared in Tiananmen Square that China has stood up. Very soon, a hysteria raged in Washington, D.C. over who lost China. Almost immediately, General Douglas MacArthur launched plans to invade or bomb the new revolutionary republic before it could start its socialist transformation. But during the so-called Korean War, which was also specifically aimed at China, U.S. war efforts were stymied by 500,000 Chinese volunteers. General MacArthur called for nuking China, but failed to get a green light for his vicious plan. Nevertheless, U.S. hostility continued and nearly boiled over several times in the 1950s. And when the U.S. anti-communist crusade shifted elsewhere in Asia, to both Vietnam and Indonesia, China was also always in its crosshairs, and China responded with anti-imperialist solidarity. China consistently and constantly wages peace through its Belt and Road Initiative and many other amazing efforts to share with its neighbors across the global South. So it has many more friends than enemies, while the U.S. constantly wages war to sustain its domination of the world. Today, as the U.S. conducts endless aggressive war plans against China, arming Taiwan and deploying special forces troops there in violation of its promise to respect the One China principle, deploying a vast armada of warships in the East and South China Seas, extending NATO to East Asia, forcing Japan to rearm while deploying nuclear submarines and missiles in South Korea, Okinawa, and the Philippines, the danger of hot war against China is greater than ever. The people of these countries have been mobilizing and protesting constantly against U.S. efforts to use them as proxies in wars against China. It's very much like the cynical way that Biden, Blinken, and Victoria Nuland contrived to overthrow a Ukrainian government that had a peaceful relationship with Russia, replacing it with a fascist cabal that is now used as a battering ram in a proxy war against Russia. The devastating cost in Ukrainian and Russian lives has been overwhelming, as has the damage to other countries the U.S. has bludgeoned into helping in this criminal enterprise, which has brought the world to the brink of World War III. The same or worse devastation looms now as U.S. aggression proceeds, with huge joint U.S.-South Korean war games using nuclear-armed fighter bombers, missiles, and nuclear submarines, and constant warship sparring in the South China Sea, in which the U.S. Navy uses Filipinos as proxies while reestablishing massively armed U.S. bases in the Philippines, just south of Taiwan and Hong Kong. The people of Japan, especially those in Okinawa, are subjected to nonstop danger and devastation resulting from U.S. military occupation. People in these countries have mobilized continuously against being used as proxies in aggressive U.S. war preparations against China. They are natural allies of the American peace movement as we plan to oppose and stop the U.S. war machine. They have a real need to appeal to the tens of thousands of U.S. soldiers and sailors who are stationed at military bases near their homes. In the Philippines, the popular mass movement was successful in the early 1990s in forcing the U.S. to withdraw from its bases on their soil. We know they want to force the U.S. out again, just as the people of Okinawa and South Korea want to end the hell of U.S. military occupation, which constantly endangers the local population with outrages that are never controlled or punished. We also know that many of the U.S. soldiers and sailors themselves are aware of the danger they face as cannon fodder or sitting ducks for U.S. war plans. We need to find ways to help these young people resist and say no to their unjust fate, just as happened back in the days of the U.S. war against Vietnam. These young people can take inspiration from the incredible courage of Aaron Bushnell, who sacrificed his own life rather than allow himself to be used for U.S.-backed genocide against the Palestinians. It's worth noting that Bushnell specifically was refusing to be part of U.S. military Air Force orders to help Israel target their murderous, their murder victims from satellites and from the air, just as has happened recently in Lebanon. It's also We also need to be aware of the growing number of U.S. government employees who have resigned rather than participate in this monstrous genocidal lie. We need to encourage more of that. Desertion, resistance, resignation, refusal. The people can decide. And we can do it. We can stop the U.S. war machine and bring peace. Thank you.
Steve, thank you very much. It is my pleasure to introduce at this point Radikai Dise, who's the convener of the International Manifesto Group, who's going to be appearing online and is going to be talking about the success of China in the geopolitical economy of the capitalist world. Here it is.
Honoring me with their invitation to be part of this World Historic Celebration. I have titled my remarks, "The Successes of China in the Geopolitical Economy of the Capitalist World." On the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the proclamation of the People's Republic of China, there is so much to celebrate, one is spoiled for choice. China's economic, social, technological, cultural, and foreign policy achievements are just too numerous. However, one major lacuna in our appreciation of them is how it fits into Marxism. After all, the proliferation of revolutions in the developing world is often held to be a negation of what Marxist theory allegedly predicted. So, in my brief remarks, I suggest that it only appears so because Western Marxism has lost any connection to Marx's original analysis, an analysis we can recover. Not only did the PRC represent the arrival of socialism in the world's biggest country, not only did it endure against great odds, which included not being recognized by the world's most powerful imperialist country for some 3 decades after the revolution, wars being conducted on its borders, sanctions, and the tragic split with its previously most powerful supporter. Not only has the PRC completed 75 years, something that most powerful supporter, the Soviet Union, failed to do. Not only has it done so with no sign of exhaustion, but rather with the vigor of a society which, rather than resting on its laurels, has set itself new goals worthy of socialism. China's socialist successes underline the historic necessity of socialism for humanity, just as Marx and Engels had predicted, and they accelerated. This becomes clear if, unlike so much Western Marxism, which has compromised with neoclassical economics and become blind to capitalism's contradictions, and thus also to its imperialism, we view the Chinese Revolution and its achievements in the geopolitical economy of capitalism. It is a historical and materialist understanding of the international relations of the capitalist world, the relations of producing nations, as Marx called them. This approach emerges from Marx's understanding of capitalism as contradictory value production. In it, imperialism and resistance against it are as important as class struggle in driving history forward, in driving humanity forward to socialism. Or, as Mao put it, national struggle is a distinct version of class struggle. In this analysis, Third World Socialist revolutions were definitely among the possible openings to socialism. It is no coincidence that the socialist aperture opened with the 30 Years' crisis of capitalism and imperialism that lasted from 1914 to 1945, with the 2 most important socialist revolutions to date bookending it in 1917 and 1949. In Marx's analysis, capitalism had by then already reached the point, the monopoly phase, when it had exhausted the historically progressive potential it ever had and become ripe for socialism, a point which was underlined by Lenin when he said that capitalism had already reached its highest phase or highest stage at this point. Not only did capitalism require the imperialist subordination and underdevelopment of much of the world to get to this point, from here on, the only way any sustained or lasting development could be had was through socialist means. Capitalism was not going to prove capable of absorbing any new entrants in its charmed circle. And it has not. A simple map of the country sanctioning Russia over the Ukraine conflict makes clear that the imperialist world, for which it is a proxy, has not expanded, other than acquiring some minor hangers-on since 1914. That is not all. The most successful periods of development that third world countries have known have been the ones of state-led socialist or socialist-oriented development, and definitely not the ones implementing neoliberal policies imposed by the West. This is also why the socialist urge has been so irrepressible, despite the most strenuous efforts of the imperialist world. Looked at this way, what becomes clear is that humanity embarked on the road to socialism in 1917, with the Russian Revolution enduring the suppression of the wave of revolutions that broke out at that time. Of course, the path to socialism, once taken, was never going to be without its difficulties and mistakes. This was clear not only in the developmental difficulties endured by the Soviet Union, but also from the mistakes made by its leadership in its support of other revolutions, not least the Chinese, and from the fact that the pioneering revolution did not in the end make it. However, 1989 and 1991 were not the end of socialism, as so many in the West seem to believe, nor even the beginning of its end, but as Carlos Martinez has so insightfully put it, only the end of the beginning of socialism. The People's Republic of China's onward march, its remarkable successes, and in particular its widening and deepening advances on the technological frontier underline that capitalism, which briefly thrived in the decades after the Second World War only thanks to socialistic Keynesian welfare state reforms in its homelands, has since sunk into a neoliberal funk of low growth, low investment, technological failure, financialized speculation and predation, and militarism, and can no longer advance humanity on any front and cannot even develop the forces of production. The great achievement of the People's Republic of China, perhaps an instance of the success of the second comer, is that it can now lead humanity towards the socialism that Marx and Engels long ago identified as humanity's destiny. Thank you very much.
And I can't stress enough that we appreciate each and every person who is speaking at this event and who has made contributions to it. So again, give it up for our fine speakers. All right, so we've gotten to the point where I'm going to be saying a few words about the decline of U.S. imperialism and war preparations against China. Comrades, friends, distinguished guests, we are gathered here today for an event of genuine importance, and I would like to extend our gratitude to the Friends of Socialist China and to Workers' World Party for making this happen. Like Margaret, I would also like to thank Crichton for all the work that went into this project. Really, this is an astounding success, and it was put together by many, many people, and we thank each and every one of you. For the past 75 years, the People's Republic of China, under the able leadership of the Communist Party, has accomplished so much for so many. From Mao Zedong's proclamation in 1949, the Chinese people have stood up right up until the present moment. China has set an example in everything from attacking poverty, a real war on poverty, not like the fake ones they have here in the US, to implementing green technology. It really is astounding. China has been showing the way. And greater things lie ahead. At the most recent party congress, Communist Party of China's chairman Xi Jinping started me, I'm sorry I'm starting to talk too fast, stated, all of us in the party must stay true to our fundamental purpose of serving the people wholeheartedly and maintain a people-centered mindset and carry out the mass line. And later in the speech, he noted, the party has made spectacular achievements through its great endeavors over the past century, and our new endeavors will certainly lead to more spectacular achievements. And I think I certainly speak for all of us, each and every one here, in wishing the People's Republic of China many more victories on its 75th birthday. And that includes hoping for a speedy and successful conclusion of the last unfinished piece of business of the Chinese Revolution, and that's reunification with Taiwan province. And that's some good in the world, but we know that all is not right in this world, so let's examine some features of the international situation, especially U.S. hostility towards People's China, including economic and military measures undertaken by the White House and Pentagon, and in the context which these measures are being taken. And specifically that context I'm talking about is the decline of American imperialism. The U.S. has an empire that spans the globe, but it's an empire in decline, as many basic economic measures show. The U.S. share of the world GDP since World War II has been halved. The fall of the U.S. steel industry is an illustration of this. The plurality of U.S. steel in the world was, in 1955, was about 45% was produced in the U.S. Today, it's fallen to about 5%, and the U.S. is a net steel importer. In fact, China produces about 12 times more steel than the U.S., just to go off script here a little bit. Contrast this with socialist China. Using the measure of purchasing power to parity, which you use to compare commodities against a given currency, the World Bank has concluded the Chinese economy is 23% larger than the United States economy. China produces twice the electricity of the United States, 3 times the autos. It has a shipbuilding capacity of more than 200 times that of the United States. The economy of the People's Republic of China has continually grown, and due to the superiority of socialism, it has never experienced a single economic crisis due to overproduction, and that's an absolute fact. The PRC is emerging as a major force in the world economy. The U.S. response to this change in place has been significant. For all practical purposes, the United States has abandoned the drive to put together large-scale, multilateral trade agreements. For example, I don't think there's been any motion on such since the Doha agreements failed in 2008. It's been a long time. Likewise, the United States invested a huge amount of time and energy in putting together the World Trade Organization. Many of us here put a lot of time and energy into opposing it, but the fact of the matter is, the United States is the one that today is blocking it from functioning by refusing to appoint judges to the appeal process that deals with the basically trade and tariffs. The United States has moved from once being a champion of free trade to now being a practitioner of protectionism. In the context of declining empire, the United States is moving to delink its economy from China, and the Biden administration is following in the footsteps of Trump. A few weeks ago, on Friday the 13th, an unlucky day, the White House announced tariffs, 100% on electric vehicles imported from China. Tariffs have been put on or placed on many more Chinese-made products, be they steel, lithium batteries, or even much-needed personal protection devices to help prevent the spread of COVID and other diseases. Tons of tariffs. In addition, the United States has abandoned its traditional neoliberal economic model insofar as capital investment goes, and has adopted an industrial policy here in the U.S. and is restricting capital flows to China. And I could go into more details about that, and people could ask me about it. So what about war preparations and our tasks? For those of you who are readers of bourgeois foreign policy journals, I am, I think Sarah Flounders is too, what we see in them is debates that are really incredible. For example, will a war, this is like foreign affairs, right? Will a war with China be long or will it be short? That's the kind of things they're debating in foreign affairs right now. And this indicates that we have a problem. The Pentagon has made it clear that China is its #1 priority. And basically what it's doing is putting together an alliance of hostile forces, a hostility towards China together in the Pacific region, and these alliances are formal and informal. The U.S. is getting ready to deliver, at this point in time, its biggest ever military package to China, the greatest ever. People's China wants peace, and the U.S. is on a path towards war. The implications of this are huge, and the tasks of revolutionaries and progressive people in this country, it's cut out for us. We need to oppose each and every U.S. war. We need to stand with the oppressed from Palestine to the Philippines, and we need to stand with the socialist countries, stand in solidarity with China. It's an absolute necessity. The People's Republic of China is making the world a better place. The United States, with its ally Israel, is practicing genocide. The choice is clear. We have a common enemy in the monopoly capitalists that rule the United States. By standing together as one, the peoples of the world have a bright future. And I'm wrapping it up now, but the peoples of the world have a bright future. Mao Zedong in 1956 noted, "Now, US imperialism seems quite powerful, but in reality it isn't. It is very weak politically because it is divorced from the masses of people, and it is disliked by everyone, including the American people." He said it. "In appearance, it is very powerful, but in reality, it is nothing to be afraid of. It is a paper tiger. Outwardly, a tiger, it's made of paper, unable to withstand the wind and rain." So in conclusion, away with the paper tiger. Long live the unity of the peoples of the world. Long live Socialist China. And thank you very much. Happy 75 China. There we go. Oh, and I'm not to sit down because I'm going to introduce our final speaker. And I actually know the name of our final speaker, but I'm just going to make sure because we don't want to have two speakers because I know people are waiting for lunch. But it's Michael Wong. I'm going to be appearing online from Veterans for Peace, National Board of Veterans for Peace, and part of the China Working Group. So give it up for Michael Wong. There we go.
Our historical moment. The U.S. empire right now is at a critical moment. We're bogged down in Ukraine. It's a war of attrition that our empire cannot win and cannot sustain forever. Israeli tail is wagging the U.S. dog. It's about to drag us into a larger war in the Middle East. And likewise, we cannot win that war. The United States could not defeat Afghanistan or Iraq. Iran is 3 times the size of Iraq, both in population and in geographical size. China continues to surge ahead technologically, and we continue to try to provoke China into war, but it's a war that we cannot win. Not only that, as the United States continues to wage war after war on other nations, innocent nations in the global south, nations in the Middle East, Russia, China, and lay sanctions on nation after nation, we alienate most of the world and we unite most of the world against us. The United States is trying to arm Taiwan. It's encouraging noises of declaring independence for Taiwan, escalating tensions between the 2 Koreas. It's joined South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, Australia, and New Zealand as treaty allies. And it's bringing NATO forces into the Pacific region, doing joint military exercises along the coast of China. Its formed alliances called AUKUS, the US, the UK, Australia, the Quad, India, Japan, Australia, and the US. It's developed a system called Link 16, which is a tactical military data link that it's a network basically connecting all of these nations together the same way NATO communicates and acts together as a whole in war games. But most of these war games show that even with all these forces, the US cannot win a conventional war with China. China has missiles, drones, aircraft, large modern navy, and other forces capable of defending itself and destroying even our combined forces. If we cannot win, what else can we do? Will we go nuclear? There has been some talk in high places about using a tactical nuclear weapon, but that risks going straight up the nuclear escalation ladder. So we're at a very pivotal moment. The US is stretched thin across the world, fighting a war in Ukraine, Middle East. Now we're trying to drum up a war in Asia. We cannot sustain this. And yet we still seem determined to do it. In July of 2023, US Air Force 4-star General Mike Minahan said, quote, "My gut tells me that we will fight in 2025. That's only a year from now, less than a year in terms of months." Hillary Clinton once said, quote, "I don't want my grandchildren to live in a world dominated by the Chinese." We have this fear that either we dominate the world or someone else will dominate the world. That's a paradigm called the zero-sum game. Either you're the conqueror or you are the conquered. But all world empires have always proved unsustainable. In the end, they do exactly what we're doing now. They overreach. Everybody that they conquer resists. Eventually, they cannot maintain their empire, and they crash. That's exactly where we're heading. The next 2 to 5 years will be pivotal. As General Minahan said, my gut tells me we will fight in 2025. This means that we're approaching a critical period in the next 2 to 5 years in which either the empire will create World War III or the empire will have to slowly, step by step, give way. This is being accompanied by a new McCarthy period at home where you have, white code pink protesters protesting Gaza being told by Nancy Pelosi, go back to China where your headquarters is, even though code pink has no connection to, taking orders from China. A black group, the Uhura 3, has been tried for being connected to Russia. They've been around 50 years, and what they've been saying is the same thing that they've been saying for 50 years. They're not tools of Russia. They're their own independent political force stating their own independent ideas. Chinese Americans who welcomed Xi Jinping at the APEC conference were accused of attacking Tibetan and Hong Kong protesters, but eyewitness reports says it's the opposite. So the empire is reaching a very critical time period. And it's very important that we continue the work that we are doing to protest and resist the empire. But we have to go beyond just protest, beyond just talking about what we don't want and what we fear. Beyond our fear, we need to look at a positive vision that the United States and the rest of the world could become if we chose a different course. China's vision of a multipolar world in which no single nation, not China, not the US, not Russia, or anyone else dominates, is a vision that not only China, but the global South, Russia, Iran, all of these countries are coming more and more to look at and accept as a positive vision that everybody can work together to produce a better world. All nations have to cooperate if we want to survive global challenges such as climate change, pandemics, and prevent nuclear war. And if such a world came into being, a multipolar world in which no single nation dominates and all nations work together to mitigate global challenges, if we produce such a world, all nations and all people could prosper and thrive together. And the US would be in a very good position. We're a large nation with good natural resources, advanced technology, an educated workforce, easily defended borders. If we got our act together and just behave like a normal nation, we could thrive in such a world. It's very important to avoid World War III, promote a positive vision of the world we do want. And if we and the rest of the world together promote that vision, we can all live in a historic global turn towards the beginning of a better world. Let us be aware of our fears, let us talk about our fears, but let us also look beyond our fears and promote a positive vision that we can all move forward with. Thank you.
And beginning and an end, and this panel is over. But, and this is a big but, By 2 o'clock, we must be back in our seats. There's hundreds of online viewers. So we absolutely must be back in our seats by 2 o'clock, and people would be doing well if you could try to do it 2 or 3 minutes before that. Thank you. Let's eat.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Yay.
There we go.
Get you.
世事变迁，和平发展始终是主旋律，合作共赢始终是硬道理。
的时刻也播种汗水，总有生命的坚韧，不说那苦和累，在那收获的时刻也收获笑容。人民是大地的灵魂，让我感恩一回回。心中的歌儿唱出来，人民万岁，人民万岁，春春秋秋唱不完。心中的歌儿唱出来，人民万岁，人民万岁，人民万岁。面对再大的风雨也那样无畏，总有生命的刚强挺起那脊背，创造更多的奇迹是那样风光。人民是天下的主人，让我仰望那丰碑。心中的歌儿唱出来，人民万岁，人民万岁，世世代代唱不尽。心中的歌儿唱出来，人民万岁，人民万岁。
I want to say, everybody that has a chance, you should come here. And I want to say to the U.S. government, leave China alone. Stay out of China's internal affairs.
Wow.
We're friends.
That's right.
Our people are friends.
Something huge is happening between China and African countries, and it's probably going to change the world's future. leaders of 53 African countries, African Union, and other organizations are in Beijing from September the 4th to 6th to attend the 2024 FOCAC Summit. Thousands of delegates and guests from Africa are in China this month. Have you ever seen any other countries that can gather that many African leaders, roll out the red carpet, and show the highest respect to them? And why is it only happening between China and African countries? I want to cover the event as a reporter, so let me explain to you why it's important to all of us. This is the summit of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, or FOCAC, a multilateral coordination mechanism for China and the 53 African countries that have diplomatic ties with China. And under this framework, lots of life-changing projects and tangible benefits have been delivered to people both in Africa and China. Railways, airports, hospitals, schools, job creations, talents training. But the 2024 FOCAC Summit is a bit different. It is the largest in scale, with the most African leaders attending. And there's so many great outcomes from this summit. I'm gonna highlight a few for you. First, China announced 10 partnership actions with Africa dedicated to improving Africa's living standards, agriculture, green transition, security, industrial chain. And China will provide $51 billion over 3 years to support that. But more importantly, China promised that they will create no less than 1 million jobs in Africa. Make sure that enterprises from both China and Africa can mutually benefit from it, and the added value they created will stay in Africa. Second, China upgraded its relations with all African countries that have diplomatic ties with China to strategic relations. Chinese President Xi said, as long as the 2.8 billion strong Chinese and African people are united, we can create new and even better feats on the way towards modernization, spearhead the modernization drive of the global south. Third, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said he hopes every country should adhere to the principle of just, equal, and pragmatic when working with Africa. He said, African people deserve the right to develop. They suffered enough from colonization and exploitation, and whoever works with Africa should respect African people's will to find their own solution, and cooperation should bring tangible, concrete benefits to local people. You see, China has a completely different mindset when working with Africa compared to some Western countries. Some Western countries use neo-colonialism, focuses on extracting the natural and human resources, and locks the continent at the bottom of the global value chain. But China's investment go to improve the productivity of the country, of the continent, training talents, creating jobs, improve the living standards of the people, and make sure the added value can stay in the continent. Subscribe for more analysis on World News.
إذن الهدف من هذه الضربة، السياق الذي جاءت في هذه الضربة والهدف منها يوم الثلاثاء ويوم الأربعاء هو فصل الجبهتين وتوقف الجبهة اللبنانية. الجواب باسم الشهداء، باسم عوائل الشهداء، باسم الجرحى في المستشفيات، باسم الذين فقدوا عيونهم وأكفهم، باسم كل الناس الصابرين والصامدين والثابتين والأوفياء، باسم كل الذين تحملوا مسؤولية القيام بهذا الواجب الأخلاقي والإنساني والديني في نصرة غزة التي تتعرض للإبادة الجماعية والقتل الجماعي والجوع والعطش والمرض والحصار. نقول لنتنياهو وجالنت اللي كان بده يزعروه الهيئة باقي، نقول لحكومة العدو، لجيش العدو، لمجتمع العدو: جبهة لبنان لن تتوقف قبل وقف العدوان على غزة. على 11 شهر عم نقول هذا الكلام، ممكن هذا الكلام متكرر الآن، ولكن هذا الكلام يأتي بعد هاتين الضربتين الكبيرتين، بعد كل هؤلاء الشهداء وكل هذه الجراح وكل هذه الآلام. أنا أقول بوضوح: أيا تكن التضحيات، أيا تكن العواقب، أيا تكن الاحتمالات، أيا يكن الأفق الذي تذهب إليه المنطقة، المقاومة في لبنان لن تتوقف عن دعم ومساندة أهل غزة وأهل الضفة والمظلومين في تلك الأرض المقدسة. وهذا هو أول رد، هذا هو أول رد، تعطيل الأهداف. بيكون كل اللي عمله أنه قتل، جرح، مارس وحشيته، لكن حقق هدف؟ ما حقق هدف. كما هو الحال في غزة، بيقتل وبيبيد، ولكن 11 شهر لهلا هدف واحد ما حقق من الأهداف المعلنة للحرب.
فلسطين ولا عن مقدسات الأمة في فلسطين. قالوا لك عندك خيارين: إما أن تستمر الحرب وتسحق، وأما أن تستسلم. فإما الاستسلام الذليل وأما السحق، الموت العزيز. في تلك اللحظة، ليش بتشوفوا أنا كل سنة وكل موسم بوقف عند هالجملة؟ حقيقة بتلك اللحظة قبل ما تشاور مع إخواني ود الخبر، الذي حضر في وجداني وفي عقلي وفي قلبي مباشرة يوم 10 عندما وقف الحسين وقال: ألا إن الدعي ابن الدعي قد ركز بين اثنتين، بين السلة والذلة، وهيهات من ذا الذلة.
世事变迁，和平发展始终是主旋律，合作共赢始终是硬道理。
的时刻也播种汗水，总有生命的坚韧，不说那苦和累，在那收获的时刻也收获笑容。人民是大地的灵魂，让我感恩一回回。心中的歌儿唱出来，人民万岁，人民万岁，春春秋秋唱不完。心中的歌儿唱出来，人民万岁，人民万岁，人民万岁。面对再大的风雨也那样无畏，总有生命的刚强挺起那脊背，创造更多的奇迹是那样风光。人民是天下的主人，让我仰望那丰碑。心中的歌儿唱出来，人民万岁，人民万岁，世世代代唱不尽。心中的歌儿唱出来，人民万岁，人民万。
I want to say, everybody that has a chance, you should come here. And I want to say to the U.S. government, leave China alone. Stay out of China's internal affairs.
Wow.
We're friends.
That's right.
Our people are friends.
Can everyone, excuse me, can everyone start taking your seats? Oops. Oh, everybody's so disciplined. Comrades and friends, I'm really honored to chair this fourth panel on China and the Global South. My name is Monica Moorhead, and I'm a managing editor for Workers' World newspaper. And if anyone reads Workers' World newspaper on a consistent basis, you may have noticed that I love to write on sports and the class society. And so I just wanted to make some brief remarks pertaining to China on this. I was lucky enough to have an 18-hour layover in Beijing on my way to People's Korea in 2003 to commemorate the 45th anniversary of the founding of the Workers' Party of Korea. Beijing was then in the midst of preparing for its historic hosting of the 2008 Olympics, whose opening ceremony remains the most stunning, combining both its rich culture and state-of-the-art technology. Fast forward to the 2024 Olympics in July, where China tied the U.S. for the highest number of gold medals, with 40 victories each, and second behind the U.S. in total medals count. China won every gold medal in the diving competition for women and men, a first in Olympics history. This amazing achievement, amongst so many others, earned China both the admiration of millions worldwide and the ire of the US and Western imperialism, so much so that Chinese athletes had been unjustly demonized as being quote-unquote dopers. Accusations of doping were a constant theme throughout these Olympics, especially leveled against Chinese swimmers. Chinese swimmers doubled their overall total of medals during the Paris Games compared to the Tokyo Olympics in 2021. Gold medals won by the Chinese male swimmers broke the stranglehold that US male swimmers held in this area since the 1960s Olympics, with the exception of the 1980 Games that the US boycotted. Xin Weihao, a Chinese daily journalist, stated in a post that an informed source told him that the US was trying to plant evidence and frame Chinese athletes in the inextricable doping scandal during the Paris Olympics. China's Olympics showing is an amazing feat for what was once an extremely impoverished peasant country for centuries that carried out a successful workers' revolution that's 75 years ago, this coming October 1st. This reflects the great achievements of the socialist revolution, a revolution that prioritizes human needs and development, not profit. Being the second largest economy behind the US and is being subjective to attacks by the anti-communist US and its Western allies on every economic, political, military, and social level, including the Olympics. So anyway, we could look forward to more great achievements by the Chinese Revolution, where they make sure that everybody has the right to education, to recreation, to develop as full human beings. So anyway, that's my opening remarks. So next, we're going to hear a virtual message from Gerald Horne, an author and historian on China, Africa, and the future.
I congratulate the working class, the Communist Party, the people in the government of the People's Republic of China on this, the 75th anniversary of the culmination of the revolutionary process in this largest of Asian nations. Of course, I have a special interest in China, having taught at the University of Hong Kong a quarter of a century ago, having written a biography of the noted African-American communist and intellectual and writer Shirley Graham Du Bois, who died in China in 1977, having written a number of books about her spouse, W.E.B. Du Bois, who visited China a number of times, both before and after 1949, and having written other books, including on Zimbabwe, Southern Africa more generally, and most recently the Black Panther Party, all of which deal to a greater or lesser extent with China. The importance of this signal occasion, this 75th anniversary, was indicated recently with the September 2024 summit between the People's Republic of China and 46 plus heads of state and government from Africa taking place in Beijing. This profound event promises more of the same, indicated when Vice President Harris of the United States traveled to Accra, Ghana, Lusaka, Zambia, and Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, with every airport she landed at either being designed and or constructed by Chinese interests. The trains from Mombasa to Nairobi, Kenya, and from Ethiopia to Djibouti are also indicative of the importance of China to African development. At this moment, when a new Cold War, or perhaps a hot peace, has erupted between China and U.S. imperialism and its allies and friends, it is apparent that more than ever, Beijing will be seeking succor and support in Africa, which in turn has driven Washington to accede finally to the longstanding demand for 2 permanent African seats at the top table, the United Nations Security Council, albeit without a veto, and as well, the recent news that President Biden will be traveling to Angola in the coming weeks in order to put his blessings on the major infrastructural project of the United States on the continent, speaking of the so-called Lobito Corridor, designed to transport the oil of Luanda, Angola, the copper of Zambia, and the cobalt of Congo to North Atlantic markets. This is ironic in light of the fact that in 1975, U.S. imperialism, in league with apartheid South Africa, sought to block Angolan independence, a diabolical plan that was only blocked by the dispatching of thousands of Cuban troops. In other words, the existence of communist-led China has forced U.S. imperialism, which is built in no small measure by dint of enslaved labor from Angola and Congo, to now be forced to disgorge concessions to Luanda and Kinshasa. Of course, we must realize that few issues unite the 2 major bourgeois parties in the United States as does hostility to Beijing. This came through in the recent presidential debate and is reflected in the so-called bipartisan Congressional Committee on China. This is reflected in important elections taking place from Pennsylvania to Montana, where hostility to Beijing is the keynote. This is reflected in the fact that the notorious Central Intelligence Agency has an entire center devoted precisely to focus on Beijing, which is quite unusual. Thus, as we go forward in this century, we continue to salute Beijing, and especially its assistance to socialist Cuba. This aid is indicative of a brighter future for the bulk of humanity. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, next we're going to hear from Margaret Kimberly, who chaired one of the opening sessions. Margaret is executive editor of Black Agenda Report, and she's going to be speaking on China and multipolarity, Forum on China, Africa, Cooperation, and the BRICS. Margaret? Thank you all. Good afternoon, good to see you again, and power to the people. Power to the people. Excellent, very well said. My mentor Glenn Ford, may he rest in peace, he always started, and so I don't speak without saying the same thing. But thank you all again for being here, as we're just 2 days away from the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. And I would be remiss if I did not speak of what's happening in Lebanon with the continuation of Israeli and US war crimes, the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, the deaths of, as I said, nearly 200,000 people. But this is connected. We understand that this effort, imperialist effort, to wage war on the entire region of Western Asia makes this commemoration all the more important. We're not just commemorating a successful revolution, but also the beginnings of changes in power relationships around the world, which coincided with the post-war stirrings for independence across the global South. And I'm going to talk about Africa and its relationships with the People's Republic of China, which began first as China was an example of the possibility of freedom from the capitalist imperialist world. I'm very fortunate this year. I had an amazing opportunity to visit China as part of a Friends of Socialist China delegation, as guests of the China NGO Network for International Exchanges, visiting Beijing, Xizang, and Jilin. And I saw for myself why China has leapfrogged over the rest of the world in its economic development. The dedication to the principles of socialism and a commitment to worldwide cooperation has made relations with China attractive to the entire continent of Africa. Recently, 53 nations, there are 54 nations in Africa, so that means every nation but one, attended the recent Forum for China-African Cooperation, known as the Forum, in Beijing. And why would they? Well, I guess a better question is, why wouldn't they? Considering the ways in which African nations are treated by the capitalist West. And here's an example. We all know that the US imposed sanctions on Russia 2 years ago, but they gave no thought to the relationships, the needs that the commerce between African nations and Russia for grain, for fertilizer. And they just said, well, we're going to sanction you if you keep buying it. But there were agreements worked out, but the UN representative, Linda Thomas Greenfield, she was shaking her finger at the Africans, and if you deviate from this, we're going to sanction you all. So why wouldn't African nations want to get away from those toxic relationships? China's devoted to cooperation, providing debt forgiveness. That Western nation, has the World Bank and the IMF, do they ever forgive debts? I don't think so. During the forum, President Xi Jinping promised better trade relations and market access for the so-called least developed countries, including 33 on the African continent. China will voluntarily and, quote, China will voluntarily and unilaterally open its markets wider, giving LDCs that have diplomatic relations, zero tariff treatment for 100% tariff lines, unquote. And so we have the possibility of something new. And we hear about the debt trap and China's, they just take stuff from Africa. And there is that. I'll get to some of that. But there is nothing like this willingness to change the structures of economic relationships around the world. Now, there are contradictions, of course, because these 50 African nations are all very different. So, for example, all these heads of state showed up. So you would have Rwanda and Uganda there, but they've spent decades violently pillaging the Democratic Republic of Congo. But all three were there. There's a newly formed alliance of Sahel states, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. They've been under attack. Thank you. By some of their neighbors in the ECOWAS, which is supposed to be an economic grouping, but it's under the thumb of the US, who even threatened military intervention against those same countries. So we have the Western stooge nations and those who are seeking independence that were all present. And I want to point out, if I talk about African nations, I think we should always mention Eritrea, the one country that has maintained its commitment to socialism, which is why it's always under attack. That's why it's considered a slur. It's called the North Korea of Africa, as if North Korea, the DPRK, is some kind of weird slur. Eritrea is just a country that has maintained its independence, that doesn't want to take loans from the World Bank, and it suffers because of sanctions. But it's important, very important, that China maintain its commitment to having more equitable relationships and not be like the US and Canada and Europe and merely extract. Chinese construction companies in DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, for example, have agreed to invest up to $7 billion in infrastructure projects as part of their agreements in mining there in the DRC, which is very important. What happens in the DRC is it's a human rights catastrophe. We've all seen the images of men, women, and little children just with a bucket and a shovel mining minerals and resources that other people use to get rich. So I think it's very important that we keep an eye on this, and the Chinese corporations live up to these commitments to change these relationships so there's not merely extraction from that country. So the theme of the forum was, flowery title, Joining Hands to Advance Modernization and Build a High-Level China-Africa Community with a Shared Future. Great title. But it encapsulates how China is approaching nations of the global South. And that explains why African nations want to join the BRICS. Originally Brazil, Russia, BRI. Thank you. China and South Africa, now Iran, Ethiopia, UAE, and Egypt. And the BRICS have yet to create their own currency. But just this effort, beginnings of an effort to escape dollar domination and to fight against the terrorism of the US sanctions regime is enough to create endless screeds against China, and against these countries which are just seeking to live free from domination. And I realize I should mention coming up is the anniversary of the founding of AFRICOM, the U.S. Africa Command. Founded in 2008, the last few months of the George W. Bush administration, really ramped up under Obama. Now almost every African country, except for 2 or 3, have a military relationship with the US. Why? They were trying to stop China's economic relationship with the African continent. And as you probably know, the U.S. has divided the whole world into command structures: NORTHCOM, SOUTHCOM, INDO-PACCOM, and AFRICOM. And as part of the Black Alliance for Peace, we are having our annual month of action against AFRICOM. And so I wanted to mention that too, because that is also connected with China's relationships. And there was something else that occurred to me that doesn't appear to be connected, but I think it is. Secretary of State Blinken, a couple of weeks ago, attacked RT, the Russian-based network, and said it was a tool of Russian propaganda and it should be sanctioned even more. That was not surprising. But he also singled out an African network called African Stream. It's a platform, it's a very good platform, and he said they were Russian propagandists without any evidence. And it was very odd. It was like, well, why would he turn on African Stream, which has now been deplatformed by Meta, all the Facebook platforms, deplatformed by YouTube, taken off of Stripe, so far still on X, Twitter, but who knows for how long. And I think it's connected with China's outreach to African nations, Russia's outreach to African nations, that this online platform, which dares to present a different narrative, is turned into an enemy, and they seek to destroy it. Because if people have even most basic information, then you will question U.S. actions in Africa, actually all over the world. So I thought that was important to bring up in talking about China's relationships with African nations. The U.S. and Europe want to cut off those relationships, as it does for the rest of the world. They don't want African nations to have a different relationship. And as African people throughout the diaspora, they don't want us to have different relationships. And I think it's important to mention not just the nations of the African continent, but the relations of the African diaspora of Dr. Horn referred to Shirley Graham Du Bois, and there has been constant, on the part of revolutionaries, this urge to connect with China, to see China as this example, which is why, in general, anti-Chinese propaganda is so dangerous. It's an effort to indoctrinate. It's an effort to stop revolutionary activity. And so W.E.B. Du Bois visiting China, and Paul Robeson visiting China, and Huey Newton visiting China, it's all connected, and it tells you how important it is that African people maintain these relationships, see China for ourselves, and judge for ourselves. And the fact that that is something that is condemned so strongly tells us quite a lot. So I brought in a lot, but I know I'm approaching my 7 minutes, so I will wrap it up here. Long live the People's Republic of China. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Margaret. We're going to have a little bit of a change in the agenda here since Omawale Clay is not here. We're now going to hear from Larry Holmes, who's the first Secretary of Workers' World Party, on the defense of China, its solidarity with Palestine, and then we're going to end with the Charles Chu message. Larry?
Good evening, comrades and friends. First, on behalf of the Central Committee of Workers' World Party, we would like to extend our fraternal greetings to the Communist Party of China on this historic occasion. I think it's relevant even though our event is about China, to ask ourselves, what should we make out of the assassination of the leader of Hezbollah 2 days ago in Beirut? I think it's a warning to the world from the warmongers. This was so important to them. And I'm not forgetting the genocide in Gaza, but this event coming at this time, they dropped 80 bombs on a neighborhood in Beirut. 2,000-pound bombs. One of these military analysts on CNN said the only thing bigger they could have dropped would have been a tactical nuclear weapon. And these 2,000-pound bombs were given to Israel by who? Last October, the U.S. gave them thousands of them. I forget the exact number, but thousands of them. I do not buy for a second this idea that, well, we didn't know about it. They didn't tell, the Secretary of War over here. I think that's BS. If they weren't down with it, they could have stopped it. The message was just not from Netanyahu. It was from Washington, D.C. It was from the Pentagon. And I'll tell you what I think is the relevance to China and the whole world. Everything in the world struggle is connected. Everything is dots all together. They wanted to let the world know that you don't have to speculate about a wider war. You don't have to lie to us about we don't want one and we're having all this diplomacy trying to stop it. That's not what's really going on. The wider war is already here. It's already here, comrades. It's not just against the Palestinians. Although they're the main target of it now, it's not just Hezbollah and the Lebanese and, the resistance forces in West Asia. And, of course, Iran. It's against People's Korea, Cuba, Venezuela, the struggling people of Africa who, as you might notice recently, have been throwing the colonialists and the imperialists out. And it's against Russia through the Ukraine. And ultimately, it's against China. It's against China. Why? Why is this? Is it because China supports the Palestinians? That's part of it, but that's a small reason. China has on a number of occasions brought the Palestinian groups together to try to help them forge unity. It's very, very important. But the bigger reason is because China is so powerful now. It's so powerful and so developed, and its people are rising up. And this has changed the balance of forces in the world. But we need to be very clear about something. China does not want war. China wants peace. It wants to continue its development in peace. It wants to help the world develop in peace, especially the people of the global south who have been the big victims of imperialism and colonialism. It wants to help them. But U.S. imperialism does not want peace. It doesn't want China to develop in peace. It doesn't want the world that it does not control to develop. And this is the problem. And what this murder in Beirut tells us, and the almost 1,000 people who have been murdered in Lebanon over the past couple of weeks, and the genocide in Gaza, what it tells us is that U.S. imperialism is willing to go to almost any lengths, unimaginable lengths of violence and terror to maintain its empire, which is crumbling. They're willing to flirt with World War III, which could mean the end of all life on planet Earth. And you know, when an empire is crumbling, that's when it's most desperate and dangerous. That's when it's most likely to resort to violence. And this is what we're witnessing, comrades. There are some in the ruling class here who are afraid of war, a wider war, a world war. They don't think the U.S. will win. As a matter of fact, they think it will hasten the demise of U.S. imperialism, and we think that they're right about that. And they'd like to maintain U.S. hegemony by other means, you know. But comrades, whoever that is in the ruling class, they're losing. They're not winning. They're not in the driver's seat. It's the warmongers who are in the driver's seat. And so we see the people rising up all over the world against the empire. We see the people demonstrating in the streets over the murder of the leader of Hezbollah. Actually, as I was leaving home, I saw on social media that there was a demonstration of thousands of people in Baghdad. They had entered the green zone and were trying to get into the U.S. embassy. And I'm sure you've heard about the demonstration everywhere, particularly in West Asia, but around the world. Shows you that, you know, this is a punch, but they're not going to take it lying down. As a matter of fact, it's going to wave on the resistance. And, of course, the countries that are under attack, in particular China, that are in the crosshairs of U.S. imperialism, they're going to fight back. They can defend themselves. They can defend themselves. But we have to ask ourselves this, comrades. Are we going to just leave it up to people in other places, to China? They're willing to do it. They'll do what they have to do. But are we just going to leave it up to them? Especially those of us who happen to be at the centers of world imperialism, particularly here in the U.S., which we used to call the belly of the beast. We can't do that. That's not right. We have to seriously consider what our responsibilities as anti-imperialist revolutionaries are. And we have to shoulder that responsibilities. And we've got to do whatever it takes. You see, the people of the world, they're demanding this of us. History is demanding us. Saving this planet, if it could talk, it is demanding this of us. That we do whatever is necessary, however we need to do it, however long it takes, and it better not take too long, for the anti-imperialist, anti-war forces to get so big and so strong that we can shut the world down to stop war. What other choice do we have? We've got to get away from complacency if that's an issue. I know that those of us here are doing on a day-to-day basis whatever we can. We've got to get away from, you know, our routine, what they call routinism. Well, you know, it's almost like a semi-conscious feeling that, yes, that needs to be done, but somebody else can do it, you know. We need to, sometimes I think we have a partial kind of disconnect, a partial, you know, denial of what's happening, perhaps because we feel somewhat powerless. But all those things, we got to push them aside now. We got to push them aside, and we got to figure out what we're going to do. I think, I'm not sure, that Comrade Maduro in Venezuela a couple of months ago called for an international united front against imperialism. I'm not sure whether it's just something that he floated or whether it was real and how he's following up on that. But I'll tell you, comrades, if there was ever a time for that, and I'm not talking about just a name. It's easy to have a name. I'm talking about something with flesh and blood and strength and power that's real. If there was ever a time for that, it's now. I think in about a month from now, the BRIC countries are meeting in Russia. Last week of October. And that's good. And, you know, people have talked about it from this podium, and we could talk about that. But, again, we can't just leave it up to the BRICS to push U.S. imperialism back, to marginalize it, to diminish its hegemony. We've got to do something. The masses have to do something. The working class has to do something. They have to do something decisive, and a lot of us are convinced that they can, and those who are not convinced better get with it. Long live the People's Republic of China. Long live the struggle for socialism. Defend China.
And lastly, in this panel, we're going to hear a virtual message from Charles Hsu, who is with the Chow Collective, speaking on 75 years of Chinese solidarity with Palestine, Al-Aqsa flood, and People's War in the New Era.
Greetings. My name is Charles Hsu, and I am appearing here as a writer and researcher with the Chow Collective. We are a diaspora Chinese media collective that was formed in 2020 to challenge US-led imperialist aggression against the People's Republic of China and to educate Western left audiences about China's ongoing process of socialist construction and internationalist solidarity. As such, it's my distinct pleasure to join you all virtually to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic on October 1st, 1949. As we commemorate that event, which marked the culmination of one cycle of anti-imperialist resistance and augured the dawn of another, we also, of course, are approaching 1 year since the mass prison break known as Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. The subsequent year of Zionist genocide in Gaza, unparalleled in its depravity, is, as we well know, simply a continuation and intensification of a colonial process that predated even the Nakba of 1948. And it's notable that barely a year separated those two events in 1948 and 1949. One was the emphatic triumph of an organic people's war for self-determination in one of the world's oldest continually surviving civilizations. The other, the violent and anachronistic implantation of an alien settler colonial regime with no legitimate claims to an inch of Palestinian land. And since the United Nations General Assembly has just concluded right there in New York, affording, of course, a platform to the Hitlerite war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu, it's worth noting that while the 1947 UN partition plan, in fact, midwifed the settler state of Israel into existence, that same UN went to war under US leadership against People's China just 2 years later and continued to exclude it for another 2 decades. Indeed, the Nakba and the founding of the PRC may have been separated in time by only a year, but geographically they were sundered by the entirety of the world's largest continent. However, that distance was no barrier to revolutionary Pan-Asian solidarity. Indeed, as Chairman Mao told a visiting delegation of the Palestine Liberation Organization in 1965, quote, "Imperialism is afraid of China and of the Arabs. Israel and Formosa are bases of imperialism in Asia. You are the gate of the great continent, and we are the rear. They created Israel for you and Formosa for us. Their goal is the same." Now, the reason that delegation was received with state honors as early as 1965 was precisely because China was the first non-Arab country to recognize the PLO, and indeed was the most generous military sponsor and most strident diplomatic champion of the Palestinian cause throughout its first decade of organized armed struggle. Indeed, Yasser Arafat described China as, quote, the biggest influence in supporting our revolution and strengthening its perseverance. And George Habash, the founder of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, described China as, quote, our best friend. And indeed, through all the advances and reversals of the 1967 war, also known as the Nakba, of Black September in Jordan, the Lebanese Civil War, the First and Second Intifadas, and the capitulation at Oslo and the accompanying normalization of Zionism globally. China's contribution from that time, in fact, continues to reverberate today. Above all, we see this in the training that was received by earlier generations of Palestinian fighters in the theory and methods of asymmetric people's war against a technologically superior enemy backed by the global hegemon. These were methods that were informed and refined in the crucible of the Communist Party of China's own decades-long struggle against Kuomintang reaction, Japanese colonialism, and US imperialism, culminating in the victory of 1949. These methods include, among others, the use of tunnel warfare, which propagated from China's war of resistance against Japan to Korea and Vietnam's wars of liberation from US imperialism, and thenceforth, through direct training, to Hezbollah and then to Hamas, as precisely the strategic depth that they need to withstand Israel's genocidal assaults on Gaza and now on Lebanon. At a broader political level, the CPC never forgot its history of united front tactics. First, pausing hostilities to unite with the Kuomintang against Japanese colonialism, and then, after defeating Japan, allying with the KMT's own left wing and with other democratic forces against KMT rule itself. China was drawing precisely on this deep and historically informed understanding of national unity as a prerequisite to national liberation when it brokered the Beijing Unity Declaration between 14 Palestinian factions, including Fatah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and the PFLP this past July. Indeed, despite maintaining official ties with both Israel and the Palestinian Authority, the legacy of China's historical role has garnered sufficient trust from all parties involved to secure an agreement that simultaneously affirms the legitimacy of the PLO as a vehicle and the necessity for armed struggle as a method in the liberation of the Palestinian people. The Palestinians and their regional allies in the axis of resistance have, in fact, more than repaid China for these historical contributions. They've done so by broadcasting to the world their ingenious tactics of resistance to the Zionist onslaught, which have featured, among others, Chinese-made DJI drones, Hongjian 8 anti-tank missiles, Xiaomi mobile phones, and Hikvision cameras. In so doing, the Palestinians have revived anti-imperialist consciousness and popular interest among China's people in their own country's foundational history of people's war waged against similarly daunting odds. And here, I want to conclude by noting that the global solidarity movement has also done its part, even and especially right here in the heart of the imperial core, where the US student intifada of April and May, which kicked off not far from here at Columbia University, drew innumerable comparisons among Chinese netizens to the May 4th movement of 1919. Now, like the recent student intifada, that movement too was initially quelled by the forces of reaction. But as my comrade Xiongjie of the Tricontinental Institute pointed out, it ultimately planted the seeds for the founding of a great revolutionary party just 2 years later, and its ultimate triumph in the founding of New China 3 decades on. And as we gather here to celebrate that event, let this be a reminder of how brutal and protracted the struggle will be, but also of how momentous the final victory that awaits us. Thank you so much.
Okay, this officially ends the 4th panel, and I want to thank you for your patience. We're now coming up to our last panel. That's going to be chaired by Danny Haifong. So maybe you can stretch for a minute or two while we mic up Danny. And thank you for your patience, and we're almost finished. So.
Testing. Is this thing on? Yeah, it's on. All right, everybody, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Welcome. Greetings, 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 everyone. It is great to be here. For those who you may not know me, I'm Danny Haifong. I'm an independent journalist. Some of you may have seen me on YouTube or read my articles in places like Black Agenda Report. You may know that I am a big friend of China. I've been there 4 times in the last 4 years, and this particular panel is going to be incredible because we are going to end today's program talking about the hybrid war on China, or what I like to call total war, or the war on what is left of the very concrete victories that people have won over the course of the last century and beyond. But before we do that, I'm just going to go over the program today. We are going to have many speakers coming from online, and we're going to have our first talk by Henry Hakamaki, who is with Iskra Books. He is the co-host of Guerrilla History, and he is he's going to be talking about publishing and independent media as anti-imperialist practice. After him, I am going to talk about the big gap between Western mythology on China and China's actual achievements. Then we'll have Bahman Azad from the U.S. Peace Council, and then KJ No's talk, as you see from the top, the journalist and analyst on geopolitics from the Asia-Pacific region will be read by a comrade of ours, and then we will close from a message from my comrade and dear friend Carlos Martinez from the Friends of Socialist China. So we are going to talk about hybrid war right now, and I just want to give a bit of an overview about what hybrid war is. It is total war, and many people who have already spoken have talked about elements of hybrid war. But in my estimation, there are many different components. A huge component right now is economic war, the sanctions that are leveled on 29 plus countries around the world, seeking to cut them off from the global economy, to impede their development, and ultimately to overthrow these very particular governments. China right now is subject to many different kinds of sanctions on its high-tech industry, on its export industries, and it is not working. So we are going, I'm sure people will be bringing that up. There's the military component, the militarization of the Asia-Pacific meant to surround China, encircle China, and to ultimately isolate China from the rest of the world through the threat of war. Again, not working. Then we can look at the information war, which I will talk more about, which is about painting China as our enemy, painting China as the antithesis of humanity, getting us to fear China. And again, I don't believe that is working on the world stage. We have a lot of work to do, unfortunately, here in the US and the collective West. And then, of course, there's all kinds of other diplomatic pressures, attempts to break off any ability to build friendship with China. And I believe the hybrid war on China is really the struggle of our generation, as we see the struggles in Palestine, Gaza, as we see what's happening to Lebanon, as we see what's happening in Ukraine, as we see what's happening across the geopolitical landscape. What drives all of these struggles, all of these geopolitical flashpoints, is the ultimate goal of isolating, containing, and ultimately ensuring that China no longer is able to celebrate another year of its independence and its socialist project. But it's not going to work, and we're here to show them that. So this has been a great, this has been a wonderful and great event. I want to thank the distinguished colleagues from the Chinese consulate who have come here today to spend their time here. I want to thank the Friends of Socialist China. I want to thank the Friends of Socialist China and the organizing committee for putting this together. and all the hard work from comrades like Creighton Ward building a great program and a wonderful program, and of course all of you who have decided to attend today here in person and online. But without further ado, let's get to Henry Hakamaki of Iskra Books, co-host of Guerrilla History.
Comrades, my esteemed fellow speakers, listeners, and dear friends of Socialist China. I'm Henry Hakamaki, and I'm honored to be invited to this seminar today as a representative of Guerrilla History and Iskra Books to discuss a topic that is crucial in the fight for a more equitable and just global society: publishing and radical, socialist and communist, independent media as anti-imperialist practice. As we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the People's Republic of China, it is essential that we reflect on the power of knowledge and narrative in shaping our understanding of the world. The imperialist West has long dominated the global media landscape, constructing and disseminating narratives that serve to uphold its hegemonic capitalist system. This narrative is designed to obscure the realities of imperialism and to vilify alternative systems such as socialism and communism. It is within this context that the role of publishing and independent media becomes paramount in the struggle against imperialism. The PRC's journey over the past 75 years has been one of monumental achievement and resilience, a testament to the power of a people united under the banner of socialism. Yet, this story is often distorted by the lenses of Western propaganda, which seeks to diminish the significance of China's socialist experiment. To counteract these distortions, we must engage in a rigorous practice of publishing and media creation that provides accurate and nuanced accounts of China's history and its contributions to the global socialist movement. Domenico Losurdo's work, which I have had the privilege of co-translating and editing, offers a profound analysis of this phenomenon. In his book, Stalin, History and Critique of a Black Legend, Losurdo deconstructs the prevailing narratives about Stalin and the Soviet Union, revealing how these narratives are not merely historical misinterpretations, but are politically motivated to vilify socialism. His methodology underscores the importance of critically examining sources and questioning the ideological and political motives behind historical narratives. Similarly, in our quest to deepen the understanding of socialism and the PRC, we must challenge the dominant narratives that have been crafted by the imperialist West. This requires publishing works that are not only factually accurate, but also provide a holistic and emancipatory perspective, one that centers the experiences of the oppressed and marginalized, one which highlights the achievements of socialist systems in the face of imperialist aggression, and imagines and critically theorizes a communist horizon beyond the capitalist reality that our historical moment situates us in. Independent media and publishing houses play a pivotal role in this endeavor. They serve as bastions of radical thought and intellectual resistance against this hegemonic system, providing a platform for marginalized voices and dissenting opinions that are systematically silenced by mainstream outlets in the imperialist West. Through the dissemination of such works, we can arm ourselves with the tools necessary to critically assess the information we receive and to resist the seductive allure of imperialist ideology. The construction of narratives is not a passive process. It is an active and dynamic endeavor that is shaped by the prevailing power structures. For, as functional linguist Michael Halliday says, language does not passively reflect reality. Language actively creates reality. In the case of neoliberal capitalism, the narrative is one of inevitability and superiority, a story that justifies the exploitation of the global South and the dominance of the North. This narrative is embedded in every facet of our lives, from the school textbooks that shape our worldview to the Hollywood films that entertain us. To effectively combat this, we must not only publish, but also promote materials that provide alternative perspectives. This means publishing, translating, and disseminating works from and about socialist countries and the socialist future, amplifying the voices of scholars and activists who offer insights into the successes and challenges of socialist societies, not least of which in the case of China. It means creating media that is accessible, engaging, and capable of reaching beyond the confines of the academic sphere. Our goal is not to create a mirror image of the imperialist narrative, but to dismantle it entirely, to lay bare the mechanisms of power and control that underpin it. By publishing and promoting anti-imperialist scholarship and media, we can empower individuals and communities to see through the fog of misinformation and to embrace the vision of a world free from the tyranny of capital. In the digital age, The battle for hearts and minds has become more complex, but also more vital. Social media algorithms and the monopolization of information by corporate giants have created echo chambers that reinforce existing biases shaped and maintained by the hegemonic reality in which we currently find ourselves. It is our duty to break through these barriers, to introduce nuance into the discourse, and to cultivate a media landscape that is truly democratic and reflective of the diverse experiences of the global majority. This is very much in the mission of Iskra Books, which is an all-volunteer-run, explicitly communist publishing company. Not only is it within our mission to publish materials vital for our struggle, but also to make these works as accessible as possible. Those of you who are familiar with Iskra are no doubt aware that in addition to our low-cost print editions, we offer all of our materials as free, high-quality PDFs on our site, iskrabooks.org. Likewise, Guerrilla History, the show that I co-host and produce, is committed to creating materials beneficial for our struggle through democratizing radical historical perspectives and analyses for free. Many of my esteemed fellow speakers here have been on the show in the past. Ken Hammond, for example, has been on the show 5 times talking about the history of China. Gerald Horn has been on 3 times. Several others have been on the show as well, and no doubt you will continue seeing the participants here today on the show going forward. As we reflect on the past 75 years of China's socialist construction, let us not forget the importance of our own role in shaping the narrative of the future. By supporting and engaging with independent publishing houses and media outlets, we can ensure that the stories of the oppressed are heard and the truth about socialism and its struggles are not buried beneath the weight of imperialist propaganda. To conclude, publishing and independent media are not just vehicles for information. They are weapons in the fight against imperialism. They are tools that can be wielded to dismantle the ideological edifice that sustains the capitalist world system. Additionally, as Ruel Muller, the editor of Building a People's Art, selected works of Tron Chin and Tu Hu, our latest release from Iskra, said, when paraphrasing Chin in a conversation that we had, "We don't just provide important literature to the community, but the tools necessary for oppressed voices to make their own." In celebrating China at 75, let us also celebrate the power of knowledge, the resilience of the human spirit, and the enduring belief in a better world, a world where the principles of socialism and solidarity prevail. Thank you.
This thing on? All right, now it is. Many thanks to Henry Hakamaki for his contributions. Everyone should follow Guerrilla History. It's a great podcast. You learn a lot. And everyone should also check out Iskra Books, which is a great independent publisher doing publishing that is much needed here in the United States and the West. So, with that said, the next speaker is me. I will talk about China's achievements versus Western mythology. I found this to be important in the discussion of hybrid war because the information war is a huge part of ensuring that the many pillars of this hybrid war are able to continue onward unabated and unchallenged. So one of the biggest ways that we can challenge this information war, the misinformation we hear about China, is by going to China. And it is truly humbling to discuss this occasion of the 75th anniversary of the People's Republic of China when the world is facing a multitude of crises due to hybrid war, due to a global hybrid war led by the United States. Many people have brought up Palestine, have brought up what's happening to Lebanon right now, have brought up the slain leader, resistance leader, Hassan Nasrallah. There's also, of course, the meat grinder in Ukraine, this US-NATO failed campaign to strategically defeat Russia. This has all brought the world, including the hybrid war on China, to the brink of a potential nuclear conflict, and I think it's important to recognize that. In hybrid war, a war on the victories that people have fought so hard to win, is the thread that binds these crises together. So in late August, I traveled to China for the 4th time in as many years and witnessed once again what the Chinese people have accomplished in their 75 years of building socialism and building an independent Chinese nation, or what China is increasingly called a rejuvenized Chinese nation, a rejuvenated Chinese nation. Truthfully, in my opinion, it is really shocking, actually, that now traveling to China, one of the most open and globally integrated economically nations in the world, is becoming and has become so controversial over the past decade especially. But when you go to China, the achievements are nothing short of astounding, and you just can't run from them. You can lie about them, but you can't run from them. The streets are clean, the infrastructure is modern, it's very modern. So this was actually the first time I had ridden 2 high-speed rail trains before this, but this was the first time I rode the Fuxing, and this is the high-speed rail that connects Shanghai to Beijing. And for context, that distance is about 1,200 kilometers. This train can go 350 kilometers an hour, and you can get to one end of Beijing to Shanghai in about 4 hours. And just for some context, in the United States, if you want to travel this distance, say New York to Chicago, your fastest train here will be 19 hours. So this feat alone is, I think, incredibly just shocking for many Americans and even Westerners, where there might be high-speed rail in Spain or somewhere else, but the trains are slower. China has now become the world leader in this very key infrastructure development. When I was in China's 2 most developed cities, Shanghai and Beijing, I was able to interview renowned intellectuals like Zhang Weiwei, who actually participated in this event, and former People's Liberation Army Colonel Zhou Bo. And from their insights, it is clear that China has indeed stood up and is now producing intellectuals and is now producing knowledge that reflects its status as not just a rising global power, but just a global power. China is now asking, what is its responsibility to the world, and what does it mean to lead? And prior to New China, so prior to the 75th anniversary, the 75th year of its founding, the impoverished and humiliating position that foreign powers subjected on China raised different kinds of questions, questions of subsistence and just basic dignity. So you can imagine that the enormity of this shift over the past 75 years just cannot be understated. What's striking when you spend time in China is this huge gap between Western media mythology and reality, which is, again, a critical component of this hybrid war. Just take the economy, for example. In the Western media, we hear story after story of China's coming economic collapse. In China, issues and real problems, economic challenges such as lower consumer spending, are viewed differently, not as a sign of collapse, but as the modest pains of a transition period. China is currently undergoing a unique transition, one that right now not many countries can say they are going through, which is from a low value added manufacturing powerhouse to a high value added tech giant on its way to modern socialism. So lower real estate prices are not viewed as some kind of crisis that the whole system is going to fall. That's just projection. That's what happens in the United States. When the housing market here, controlled by Wall Street, goes into a crisis where prices fall and people are thrown out of their homes, that is viewed as an economic crisis. In China, there's a saying, there's a new slogan that was inaugurated under Xi Jinping, which is that housing is for living and not speculation. So many people, there aren't people being thrown out of their homes all over the place in China like happens here, but a lot of people will tell you that lower housing prices are actually welcomed, especially in the big cities where the cost of living got quite high over the past several decades. Reduced economic growth, 4 to 6% per year in GDP terms, is not a reason to panic in China, but the outgrowth of a particular plan. And for some context, 4 to 6% growth is still 2 to 3 times higher than Europe and the United States. But this is seen in the Western media as a huge crisis because at one point in the 90s and the early 21st century, China was growing at 10% plus. But the plan that China is undergoing right now is to inject momentum and capital into industries that will make China both the center of innovation on the planet and an economy that can open new heights for the standard of living of Chinese people. And this plan is working. Beyond slightly decreasing rates of GDP growth are explosions of growth in important fields such as renewable energy and high technology development. Huawei just released the first ever trifold phone with iPad-like capabilities, something that is very hard, I think, to imagine for people in the collective West who have never seen such a thing. China's undisputed leadership in the development of new energy vehicles. For example, China not only holds the majority of the world's electric vehicles in general, but about 98% of the electric buses in the entire planet. The fact that renewable energy drives about 40% of all economic growth in China, and the 13 to 14% year-on-year growth of high technology makes China's path toward a modern socialist country increasingly and abundantly clear, in contrast to the collapse narratives of the United States and Western mainstream media. China right now is dealing with a historic contradiction not faced by any other country on earth right now: the existence of relative poverty and uneven development in the face of growing abundance and a major drive toward common prosperity. That is, everyone is getting richer, incomes are growing, but it's not even just yet, and it can't be even just yet. Huge sacrifices were made and are still made in order to ensure China has this productive capacity, what Marxists like to call productive forces, necessary to achieve the goals of socialism with Chinese characteristics at an early stage. And now the emphasis is on quality development. So this is where the rubber meets the road on economic growth. It's not a reason to panic when an economy is growing 4 to 6% and quality is emphasized. So when you go to China, like I have just recently, you see this everywhere. Electric vehicles dominate eerily quiet city roads. The smoggy skies of the biggest cities are now blue. Public transit is pristine and cheap at around 50 US cents per ride. China is a land of an overwhelming number of domestically produced apps that can get you anything delivered from a meal to groceries to a mirror in under 30 minutes at an incredibly low price. At the end of my trip, I actually became sick with some mild congestion, and on numerous occasions I had people help me buy traditional Chinese medicine online for just a few US cents to $1, and I would get it in a half hour or less delivered to me. So technology and tourism, you can imagine, are booming, and you can see this when you go to the Bund, which I did in Shanghai on a Monday evening, and it was absolutely packed, thousands of people. Some people tell me that it gets up to 1 million people on the Bund on some of the busiest days, and hundreds of thousands easily every single day. Or the lines out the door when new releases of Chinese-made products, such as the Huawei Mate XT, that trifold phone I was talking about, hits the shelves. I got to spend a week in Xinjiang this time around. I've been there once before, but this was my second visit, and it was my most memorable because I visited, and this is a big part of the hybrid war and information war on China. I visited an exhibition on the terrorism that happened there in Xinjiang. It witnessed huge displays meant to educate new officials, new police officers, and other people of the horrors that transpired over the course of the period of 1990 and 2016, when thousands of attacks brought instability and killed or injured thousands. I spoke with academics, business owners, ordinary people, and a threat emerged. Xinjiang is not the nightmare we are told in the Western media. It's more peaceful than it has ever been. It is more prosperous than it has ever been. It is more ethnically unified than it has ever been. This last statement garners the most controversy in the collective West. I spoke with an imam at a mosque. I saw dancing and celebrations in the streets every single day, wherever you went. And I crossed the Belt and Road into Kazakhstan and back in it was easy, in a matter of minutes. There's an open border. There's booming trade between Kazakhstan and the 5 Central Asian countries, Russia included, and China. The wealth of ethnic diversity in Xinjiang, when you go to places like the Kazakh Autonomous Prefecture, and all along its borders is bringing with it an immense advantage under China's socialist economy, as tradition and culture is not only preserved but elevated to benefit both the increases of income of local people and to integrate the economy of the entire country and Xinjiang in particular with their neighbors to the west onward toward the rest of Europe. This is a huge hallmark of the poverty alleviation campaign, but truthfully the Belt and Road Initiative that directly questions the illegitimacy of what we see in the information war on China, the but at what cost narrative. How much is this costing? What is the cost of integrating China with the rest of the world? What is the cost of alleviating poverty? What is the cost we hear over and over again of China's particular policies with regard to Xinjiang? Well, actually, the cost is really a benefit. A critical element of the hybrid war on China is ideological. Information war goes hand in hand with the U.S. empire's stated policy on containment. Containment is really just a nice word that sums up the U.S. elite's anxiety about China as not only the biggest perceived threat to U.S. hegemony, but one that is incapable of defeating China in a conventional war. We are being told by every segment of the ruling elite to hate China, to misunderstand China, and to fear China. The more we hate, the more we misunderstand, and the more we fear China, the easier it is for the rest of the hybrid war's economic and military policies to continue unchallenged. But I have the utmost confidence from both my travels and study that China will continue to reach new heights on the path to modern socialism. The Chinese people will defend their sovereignty with every inch of their lives. China's role as leader of the multipolar world will grow by leaps and bounds. It is we, the people here residing in the United States, those of us in this room, those of us watching, those of us who are unable to be in this room, who are not watching, who have the most work to do to win the kind of society that is driven by people's interests rather than naked profit, and peace rather than endless war. This is the biggest contribution we could make to the global class struggle, and indeed, this is China's biggest lesson to us all, because that is what they have won for themselves, and the benefits of their victory are being felt far and wide, inside and outside of China. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming. So I'm still here because I have to introduce the next speaker, but we are going to now hear from Bahman Azad, who is the president of the U.S. Peace Council, who's going to talk about China and the United States, two divergent approaches to diplomacy and global security.
Greetings to our comrades and friends. Allow me to first congratulate, on behalf of the U.S. Peace Council, the organizers of this very important historical celebration of 75 years of China's revolution, which has turned China into a powerful global force for peace and human progress. I am honored to be part of this important event. A lot can be said about the magnificent achievements of China, especially during the last few decades, and particularly under the leadership of President Xi Jinping. But due to the shortness of time, I would limit myself to the area of diplomacy and global security, especially since both ruling parties in the United States are presenting China's rapid development and its growing role in the international arena as a threat to the interests of the United States, which is a clear falsehood promoted by the U.S. ruling classes to justify their antagonistic policy toward China. Let us look at China's approach to diplomacy and global security, which is significantly different from the crisis-oriented zero-sum diplomacy that is characteristic of the United States approach. In November 2023, a U.S. Peace Council delegation was officially invited by the Chinese People's Association for Peace and Disarmament, CPAPD, which is affiliated with China's Foreign Ministry, to visit China for a bilateral meeting. The issues that we discussed were quite multifaceted and included the question of China's global security initiative, China's diplomatic efforts, China's modernization process, U.S.-China relationship and the need for commitment to peaceful diplomacy, and ways to strengthen the global peace movement, all as integral part of President Xi Jinping's thoughts and policy. What became quite clear through these lengthy discussions is that on the issue of diplomacy and global security, there is a fundamental divergence in core values between U.S. and China. As far as the Chinese are concerned, they are firmly committed to the following 6 principles as articulated by President Xi Jinping and reflected in China's policy on diplomacy and global security. First, it is necessary to stay committed to the vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security and work together to maintain world peace and security. 2, it is necessary to stay committed to respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries, upholding non-interference in the internal affairs of other nations, and respecting the independent choices of development paths and social systems made by the people in different countries. 3, staying committed to abiding by the principles of United Nations Charter, rejecting Cold War and Cold War mentality, opposing multilateralism, saying no to bloc confrontations. 4, it is necessary to stay committed to taking the legitimate security concerns of all countries seriously, upholding the principles of indivisibility of security, building a balanced, effective, and sustainable security architecture, and opposing the pursuit of one's own security at the expense of the security of others. 5, staying committed to peaceful resolution of differences and disputes between countries through dialogue and consultation, supporting all efforts conducive to the peaceful settlement of crises, rejecting double standards and opposing the wanton use of unilateral sanctions and long-term jurisdiction. And 6, it is necessary to stay committed to maintaining security in both traditional and non-traditional domains and working together on regional disputes and global challenges such as terrorism, climate change, cybersecurity, and biosecurity. Putting all this together, it means building a global community with a shared future for mankind, promoting common development, pursuing peaceful development based on mutual respect and win-win cooperation, and steering the reform of the global governance system toward the principle of fairness and justice. China has demonstrated its commitment to these principles in action. It would suffice just to mention the historic agreement brokered by China between Saudi Arabia and Iran that effectively ended the Obama's war in Yemen, or China's recent effort to bring various factions of the Palestinian resistance movement together, or its latest peace proposal, together with Brazil, for the war in Ukraine. With these principles and actions, no rational mind can be persuaded to see China as a threat to the United States. If any threat can be attributed to China, it is the threat of its peaceful policies to unilateralism and warmongering policies of the United States ruling classes. In contrast, U.S. diplomacy has as its core system of values the doctrine of full spectrum dominance, a military political doctrine produced by the U.S. Department of Defense and has its genesis in the worldview and principles of the Neocon project for the American century. This project, which has now become the essential feature of the U.S. national security strategy, sees its objective not just the ability to project US military power globally, but also includes economic, political, and even cultural dominance through the use of information, media, and entertainment, and all aspects of knowledge production. It is a doctrine that explicitly sees the rise of any independent regional or global power as an existential threat to its hegemony, regardless of its political and ideological orientation. It is in this context that not only China, but the democratically elected President Maduro of Venezuela, or the struggles of the people of Palestine to defend their human rights, is considered a threat to the interests of the United States. The genocide that is taking place in Palestine right before our eyes at the hands of the US and Israel, with the rest of the world unable to bring the perpetrators of this crime of genocide to justice, is a graphic example who is the real threat to our world today. The US imperialism feels threatened because its unilateralism, hegemonism, and its attempt to impose a so-called rules-based international order where the US and the Western allies make the rules and others are forced to follow is coming to an end. That is why the US is becoming increasingly desperate and more dangerous in its efforts to prevent the inevitable historical transition that is being led by China and the countries of the South. It is therefore the US imperialism, not China, that constitutes the threat to peace and security of the world. It is our responsibility to open people's eyes to this critical fact. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to Mr. Bahman Azad. Now we are going to have KJ No's contribution. We cannot make up for the loss of KJ. He is a wonderful journalist. He runs critical media literacy and is also the host of a new show, The China Report. He co-hosts that with Amanda Yee. You should all follow that on YouTube. But he is not here, so his talk will be read by Alex Quinn. So please welcome Alex.
Can everyone hear me all right? Friends, colleagues, comrades, it's a great honor for me to join you in this extraordinary historical moment of celebration and reflection on the 75th anniversary of the founding of the PRC. As has been said, we are seeing changes unseen in a century, changes both great and terrible. We are currently seeing the unraveling of an empire and its last desperate, violent, hideous death rattle. We are seeing the unmasking of 500 years of Western quote-unquote civilization and the laying bare of its hypocrisy and unspeakable brutality. We are seeing the true face of capitalist imperialism, not its made-up public relations face, but its resting capitalist face. It's not pretty. One of the precipitating factors of the end of the empire, not the only one, but a very important one, because it allows countries to resist hegemony together, is the rise of China. The rise of China is one of the greatest success stories in the history of human civilization. So we could talk about China's accomplishments all day. There are too many to list. I'd like to highlight three. We all know in 1949, when China stood up, liberating 500 million people, 10 to 20% of China's population was still addicted to opium. In 4 years, the CPC eradicated opium addiction, liberating 90 million people from this colonial scourge. It's also one of the greatest public health accomplishments of the 20th century, and I bet you've never heard of it. By giving everyone the means of production, at the time by distributing land, and by offering everybody education, community, meaning, hope, purpose, and by doing it at scale, because it has to be done at scale, the party was successful. You can't do this in dribs and drabs, tinkering at the edges. You have to do it all at once for everyone. We all know this and understand this. We don't liberate anyone until everyone is liberated. We liberate each other. It's because we are fundamentally socially interconnected. This is our species being. You don't help anyone until we all help each other, because we are all implicated in each other's futures. We saw the same thing with extreme poverty alleviation. Poverty was not seen as an individual failing, as it is in the capitalist West. It was a whole of society responsibility, requiring a whole of society response. It focused on everyone. So 850 million were brought out of extreme poverty, which lets the world know that poverty is not an immutable social historical fact. It is a policy choice. You can raise everyone up if we all work together. That's the way it works, and it works for everything. If we start with this approach, we can succeed no matter how vast and immense the challenge is. So China is proof positive of the power of people's solidarity, the power of a people's leadership, the power of scientific planning according to socialist principles to overcome unthinkable challenges. This is how China accomplishes things, and it accomplishes them at a scale so vast that nothing under heaven, as they say, is left behind. Now, there is another achievement that China is working on. Yes, a socialist society, that's the ultimate goal, but this is an important stepping stone on the way to it, and it is a big one. It is the creation of an ecological civilization. China is literally greening the planet, creating single-handedly the conditions and means to transition to a sustainable energy regime, to enable sustainable development, to turn back the tide of global warming. And it is doing it at a scale that is truly inconceivable, but necessary. China knows how to accomplish things at scale. It knows how to solve problems even when the problems are unthinkably immense. And the leadership and the people do not flinch at the immensity of the challenge. China is concretely showing us the pathway out of global climate catastrophe. And as I said before, none of us are safe, good, or well until all of us are. Until all of us are safe from the effects of the climate crisis, none of us are. And China is leading the way. All the West has to do is work together with China. China has provided the tools and the map, and it is showing the path out. So, to reduce it to its simplest terms, going green means going red. But, and there is a but, going green is going red. But, and there is a but, from the US standpoint, they don't want that. They don't want energy transition if it means the Chinese are going to be leading it. They would rather be dead than red. The US would rather burn up the planet than give China its place in the sun. If China is on the side of renewable energy, then the US has to be firmly on the side of global warming. It's more important to beat China than to beat global warming. We can see that right now in the massive sanctioning of Chinese sustainable technologies that could shift the balance. If the planet heats up, we're all dead. But if China cools the planet and saves the world, then we are no longer the coolest. And that's worse than death. That's how the leadership in the US thinks. So we can't talk about China's successes without talking about the US hostility towards China. The US sees China as the enemy. It is determined to take down China and all its accomplishments. Now, China has overcome countless threats, but this one is an existential threat. Let's be very clear. The US is preparing for war, kinetic war, against China. Washington is abuzz with talk of war with China. It's seen as necessary, inevitable, and incredibly winnable. Winnable means they are planning to use nukes. We see with Palestine and now Lebanon that there are no limits to the depravity of what the imperial ruling class will do to stay in power. Nothing is off the table. Nothing is too humane, too brutal, too illegal, too dangerous. Nothing shocks the conscious. In fact, nuclear war is definitely on the table. In the policy papers being distributed, in the military tabletop exercises they conduct, in the field training and air exercises that are now being conducted with the greatest intensity since World War II. We are headed towards war, towards nuclear war. To put it bluntly, the US ruling class would rather see the end of the world than the end of their power and privilege. So we are at a turning point in history, a crisis, both opportunity and danger, hope and terror, unseen possibility and unthinkable tragedy. This imperial ruling class has actually been escalating to war against China, covertly since 2009 and now overtly. It has calendar dates, 2027. It's not if, but when. Now, there are three distinguishable steps on the way to war. One, the first is information war, inventing the enemy and then demonizing them, manufacturing consent, shutting down opposition, like you shut down the skies before bombing. We're being fire-hosed and carpet-bombed with lies about China. The second is shaping the theater logistically for war with arms, alliance, exercises, material, fuel, preposition stocks, and troops. The third is provocation. There is non-stop provocation by the US in the TW Strait, the ECS, the SCS, on the Korean Peninsula, everywhere. This follows the increasing, expanding gambit and intensity of proxy war in Europe, and in the genocidal terror in the Middle East, and in the building war momentum in the Pacific. Kurt Campbell, Biden's Asia czar, and the architect of the pivot, has threatened to unleash, quote, a magnificent symphony of death, end quote, across a unified field of war. And we can all see and feel the shutting down of anti-war dissent, of opposing voices and alternative media. That's a key characteristic of the information war, silencing opposition, silencing voices of peace. It's like taking out anti-aircraft batteries and imposing a no-fly zone. You shut down the skies before you drop the bombs. You shut down the opposition before you drop the narrative bombs. You attack opposition to war, attack those who want good relations with China or negotiations. You attack divergent voices and platforms in order to create a no-think zone, no critical thinking. No thinking, no dialogue, no peace. The US literally seeks full spectrum dominance in all domains of war, but especially in the space domain. Outer space, cyberspace, and information space, mental space. It literally seeks to occupy your mind. So resistance in this critical moment at the most fundamental level begins with first not letting your mental space be occupied, colonized, dominated. It means resisting the narrative dominance of the dominant narrative, that China is threatening the world, that war is thinkable, that war is justified. It means resisting the normalization of war, of genocide, of terror, of atrocity, of lies and propaganda. We can all be vectors of this transmission of lies, of propaganda, or we can impede its transmission. So it's incumbent on all of us to re-engage in the mental martial art of critical thinking. We strengthen our psychic immune system against this type of mental violence, this mental virus, this colonization of our mental spaces. We reorient, deoccupy ourselves, we kick out the colonizing narratives, and we recommit to seeking truth from facts. What we need to do is tune up our critical thinking engines constantly with the precision tools of wit, humor, parody, perspective, content, and facts. The flip side of this is that we can also spread the facts and the truth as we are doing together today. Share the truth. The rise of China and the liberation of the global South is not a threat to the peoples of the world. It is a transformative moment of hope for human history. But the stakes are immense. The future of the planet is at stake. As Brian Berladick said, quote, a war against China is a war against the world, end quote. And we all have a part to play. We have already been inducted. Where do we start? We start with our clear minds and our courageous hearts. Decolonize and de-propagandize your minds and resist together. The future of China, the future of the global South, the future of the world depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for reading that, and I told you KJ would be good. So next, we actually have a special contributor addition to this panel, Mr. Omowale Clay of the December 12th movement, talking about Zimbabwe Looks East. Zimbabwe knows much about hybrid war, so we are going to turn it over to Amawale Clay.
Well, I'm all wired up. And first, I'd just like to say I'm amazed that this generation can actually take their phone and read something that long. I can't even see the phone that long. Anyway, thank you for inviting me. As I'm coming out, I was thinking about what I was going to say, so I'm not going to talk about anything I don't know. I'm not an economist, but I have common sense. Africa cannot develop without socialism, and socialism cannot develop without Africa. I think that's very important. I come from a generation that studied Mao, the Sino-Soviet split, the Gang of Four, Deng Xiaoping. You surround the cities don't come out to the countryside. So I think for those of us, at least in my generation, we started from a profound appreciation for China and the role of China in the world. And for African people and people of color, China represented a new road forward, because the first question, the very first question, is to liberate your nation. That's the very first question. For African people is to liberate Africa. The struggle is always first, what is liberation? What will that mean? How will it express itself? And so there was very early on the look towards China to see what China could do. With as many people as China had, how could China develop? It was socialism. It was socialism. It was socialism. You cannot develop without industrialization. You cannot develop without being able to feed the people. So the real impact of China's revolution from the very beginning was the enormous task China had, and then the lessons to be learned from that. So today when I talked about what I would speak about, because it's covered a broad range of issues and history and politics and ideology as it relates to the necessity to support China. For me, it manifests itself, and I wanted to talk about its relationship to Zimbabwe. Because Zimbabwe, first historically, represents on the African continent the first time a liberation movement not only solved the first question, which was political power, but it was now confronted with the most important one, which is economics. How can you develop a country? It is a political economy that you develop. You cannot ever separate the two. So in Zimbabwe, what was the first question? It was a question of land. Who does the land belong to? And for decades and decades and decades, African people in Zimbabwe watched a settler colonial society with their land stolen and in their hands and their underdevelopment. And so China represented a road forward for the Zimbabwean people. And what was the concrete expression of that road forward? It wasn't lip service. It wasn't talking. It was giving them the weapons that they needed to fight for their liberation. Very important. As everyone knows, the AK-47 was the general weapon of the end of colonialism. It fired in all conditions. In fact, it showed the superiority over the M16, which used to always jam with American soldiers in the war. But you could put the AK-47 in mud and bring it back up and it still fought, which was once again demonstrating the superiority of socialism over capitalism. Now, it might seem like a small thing unless you're in the bush getting ready to attack a colonial settled encampment, but it's very critical. The Chinese gave the liberation movements arms to liberate themselves. Fundamental and key. The other thing that happened was, and I think it's important, because I had a chance to, in fact, let me just back up a second. My wife would tell me, back up a second. I've been to China on a number of occasions. Probably the most beautiful occasion I had was on my way to Pyongyang. And let me tell you about the train ride. I think it was like 23 hours, you know? But one of the things it did, you can't really understand a country that's developing by looking at the city. You have to go to the countryside, where the culture is, where the people are struggling to take science over the elements to produce. So I had a chance to go across China by train. I don't necessarily recommend it. There is the plane, but it's an experience to see the peasants in the countryside come to the train and get supplies and stuff. And you kind of say to yourself, boy, what a different life it would be if I lived here. When I wake up in the morning, what would the agenda be? When I go to bed at night, what would the agenda be? But it did give me a sense of the enormity of China, just the enormity of China, and therefore the task that the only thing that could resolve its development was the building of a party, an organization, a weapon, an instrument to organize the people. And so I think that was the other contribution that China made to the developing liberation movements, was the necessity of a party. And that party, not one to apply ideology and politics from someone else to you, but a party that the principles were the same, but it must be applied in the concrete analysis of concrete conditions. And so my experience in terms of traveling in China and talking with the people in China, we're very close friends with the ambassador from Ghana to China, who's based in Beijing, and his own analysis of what was happening in China and the benefits of that translated to the Ghanaian people were important. So China was a beacon to national liberation, straight ahead. China survived the outcome of the Sino-Soviet split because we know what happened with the demise of the Soviet Union. Just straight up, China represented a road forward for us against revisionism and backing off the question that people make revolution. In fact, we all remember countries want independence, nations want liberation, the people want revolution. And so those were lessons that were really burned into the minds and hearts of people in the liberation struggles. So for Zimbabwe, what did that mean? For me, my experiences in Zimbabwe certainly started under President Robert G. Mugabe, who actually helped build the Zimbabwe Revolutionary Party and participated in its leadership. In fact, for China and Zimbabwe's, I guess, relationship after the liberation struggle, I think it's next year, it'll be 45 years of the relationship between China and Zimbabwe in terms of two independent countries. But for Zimbabwe, the question was, once they decided to take the land, all the shit changed. Everything changed then. I dare you take from me what I already took from you, and you have the nerve to say it belongs to you. That motion to take back the land created a groundswell around Western governments on, I dare some Africans to take something from us. And what that led to has been over 20 years of sanctions. And so what have sanctions meant? I think in us talking about sanctions, most of the countries under sanctions are in Africa, right, Sarah? That's right, they're in Africa, you know? But in Zimbabwe, the purpose of the sanctions was to send a message to the rest of Africa. Don't you dare think about taking your resources back. That is a no-no. And so this crippling years of sanctions, what has it been its impact? Sanctions is a new atom bomb and hydrogen bomb. It stops you from being able to participate in the global economy. It stops you from being able to get things that you don't produce that are critically needed in terms of healthcare, in terms of agricultural products, all of the things you need to build a country. That's what the sanctions are there to do. And as they said in Washington one time for Zimbabwe, is to make their economy scream. And if it screams and it's loud enough, the people will now say to themselves, this government can no longer serve me any place but here. And so China plays now the most critical role in Zimbabwe. It was President Mugabe who developed the policy, a very critical policy that much of Africa is following now, which is the look east policy. To look east and not have to look for anything that has to do with development, industry. Let's not forget spare parts. Because whatever you have, when it breaks, where's the spare part gonna come from? And so China's role in that was critical in giving Zimbabwe an ability to fight the sanctions. To fight the sanctions, to win a victory over the sanctions, it was China's support. And to this very day, right now, it is that solidarity between Zimbabwe and China, reflected in the Forum on China and Africa Cooperation that just took place a little while ago. President Emerson Mnangagwa, the new president in Zimbabwe, had a conference with the president of China. And in that conference, they talked about the benefits of their relationship, the concrete benefits. Now, Omowale knows, first and foremost, I'm a Pan-Africanist. So we'll be clear about that. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I can't participate in solving the world's problems and not thinking about the priority of African problems. So let me tell you how this manifests itself. There are many people in our community, there are many people in the African community who view China as a new colonizer. They view the relationship of China to Africa as one of recolonization. And they raise this. There are two sides to that. One is the question of the feeling and the weakness of you don't control your own country. You haven't developed to that level. And so you're always leery of anyone who establishes any kind of business and financial relationships in your country. The other side of it is Western propaganda. Western propaganda. If you only read what the West writes, then you'll never, 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 ever see your human rights, ever. And so there's been a battle also in our community over presenting the China question in its proper presentation. One of those is there are no armies, there are no former colonies that China had in Africa, the starting point. But you know, one of the things sometimes we forget, and it's tragic, some people want to criticize countries and they can't even run their neighborhoods. They don't understand what it takes to run a country, to feed the people, to deal with their health care, their food, clothing, and shelter. Those are immense challenges. And so if you're going to talk about China and its relationship to Africa and specifically to Zimbabwe, what comes to mind is the question of that relationship is not perfect. As Gabral said, tell no lies and claim no easy victories. It's not perfect. There are places in Africa, none yet that I've observed so much far in Zimbabwe in particular, but where the Chinese businesses have been kicked out. They've been kicked out for unfair business practices. They've been kicked out for corruption and such. And what happens when that goes down? The Western propaganda machine takes 1 and makes it 10. It takes 20 and makes it 2,000. Corruption and mismanagement and racism, and those are part of the world fabric right now until we change it. But in the main, the far, far, far main, China has been exemplary in terms of development. There's a thing called concessional loans. Does anybody know what a concessional loan is? You do. Straight ahead, because I didn't know what it meant. I was riding up here on the train. I wanted to know, Larry, what's a concessional loan? Because it said China is giving Africa these concessional loans. I said, well, what the hell is that? You know? But they're fair trade loans. Loans that are not based on the extraction of a profit. In fact, they're not profitable loans. They're loans that are more tied to the question of services. China has engaged in so many different concessional loans for people who say the debt that Africa gets into with China because of the loans are just simply China exploiting Africa. That's something that has to be defeated in the concrete. That's why I had to find out what's a concessional loan. I didn't know what it was. But favorable meant not only not for profit, but the terms of paying it back. I guess one would say, those elements that are reflective of you getting the loan in the first place are minimized so that they can happen. So I've learned that when you want to talk about country-to-country relationships, it's not an abstract question. If you want to know, you have to really go and investigate that. It's not enough to go, yeah, everybody's down, but to actually look, because the efforts that China makes in Africa and the benefits that Africa gets in its contributions to China, because it's not a one-way street. Zimbabwe has one of the largest lithium resources in the world. Zimbabwe just has one of the greatest gold resources in the world. Zimbabwe, one of the main elements is tobacco. You know, although we always used to say that Mao smoked too much. We always said that. But the bottom line is a two-way street. But we should know what the street is, because they will, as things develop, and I think as the comrade who raised earlier spoke, this issue around nuclear war is a serious one. I told Sarah when she had written an article in a newspaper in China, when she talked about the ruling class in this country, and I told her that. I said, when she said it, I said, that's so true. They would rather see no world than a world without them. They can't even conceive of the idea of a world without them, and that's extremely dangerous. And I think, as the comrade pointed, Biden just realigned the strategic nuclear force in the United States toward its upcoming relationships and developments with China, which means, as the comrade said, they're preparing for war. They're preparing for war. And you almost say in your minds, how could somebody conceptualize that? But they're preparing. And so I think, as I said, socialism cannot exist without Africa, and Africa cannot exist without socialism. And so for Zimbabwe, tell no lies, claim no easy victories. They're struggling inside Zimbabwe for which way forward. The example of China is a very powerful one. One of the things that got exchanged in this recent forum on China-Africa was the idea of what has China's experiences been in party building. What's its experiences been on the question of party organization and development? Those are lessons you learn over time. And the Zimbabweans are taking up some of those lessons to help streamline how they serve the people in their country. In fact, their new party conference is getting ready to take place next month. They actually said, we've streamlined it, we've learned some lessons from China on how to be more efficient, how to be more organized, and therefore how to be more productive. Those kind of lessons are tremendous lessons in country-to-country relationships in that regard. And so I didn't come to like spew out numbers that I wouldn't know, you wouldn't know whether they're true or not true. I mean, if I said 29% of Zimbabwe's production went up last year, what would that mean? Should it have been 50? Or should it have been 15? You know what I mean? So I didn't really come to that. I really came to just say that in my historical experience, in terms of the fight to build a party, the fight to build socialism, is that China is a weapon for the world's people against imperialism. And the Chinese people have demonstrated that this large amount of people, and this just as an aside, people say the only country in the world that could survive a nuclear war would be China. So you almost say to yourself, the madness of American and Western imperialism is madness in that sense. But the bottom line is the Chinese people have demonstrated over the decades that it stands on the side of humanity, it stands on the side of history, and that they will win. And that for me, Omar Wally Clay, the chair of the December 12th movement now, and for many of you who knew our comrade, Sister Viola Plummer, who passed this year, she would say to our Chinese comrades that solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. And my last comment would be to say that the building that we're sitting in right now, this one right here, and as I look on that wall of Malcolm X, I want to say to my comrade who's no longer with us, Olive Armstrong, that this building would not be here if it wasn't for the organizing of the Black consciousness movement to stop the city from tearing this building down. And we will not rest until there's a plaque up in this building honoring Olive Armstrong, because it wasn't supposed to be here. This was supposed to be a biogenetic research center, and it was stopped by organizing Olive's leadership and young Black activists. Stop this building from coming down. So I know it's a time thing, and I guess I'm always better if there were any questions, but I don't know whether we have time for that. And Monica's shaking her head, no, we don't have any time for that. That's Monica. Everybody already knows now that Monica and Larry Holmes and I go back when we were little children. But thank all of y'all, and thank you for coming out. It's a very important program. Straight ahead. So now,
this panel is the embodiment of what it means last but not least. To what Amwali was saying, I was actually in Beijing during FOCAC, during the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation. I wasn't covering it, it was accidental, but I happened to be in Beijing. It was actually the last day I was there. The traffic was ridiculously horrible. Beijing is known for certain hours being terrible, but all day long. And why was it? All of Chang'an Road, it's the Tiananmen Square, Great Hall of the People, basically the capital of Beijing, was basically shut down to give preference to African leaders who were coming. All the flags were hanging all along Chang'an Road. I went to the Museum of the Communist Party of China. There was a red carpet laid out for when African leaders were going to visit. So even just that alone just shows the embodiment of what China is doing around the world versus what happens here in the US. Well, there were probably many, many, many back issues that arose in US Congress due to all of the standing ovation that Benjamin Netanyahu received during his last visit to Washington, D.C. That's the big difference here, and I just wanted to emphasize that before introducing my dear comrade and friend Carlos Martinez, who's going to give a special video message of Friends of Socialist China, a report from the London meeting, which just occurred as well. It was a great meeting, and he's a dear friend. We co-founded Friends of Socialist China together with Keith Bennett. I've been able to go to China with him a couple of times, so please do listen to his words now.
Warm greetings and firm solidarity on behalf of the Friends of Socialist China Britain Committee on the occasion of your rally marking the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. We held our own celebration in London yesterday in a historic venue, Bolivar Hall, a beautiful meeting and concert hall that's owned by the Venezuelan embassy. The hall was packed, almost each of the 140 seats was occupied, and we had wonderful contributions from the Venezuelan ambassador to the UK, Felix Plasencia, the Cuban ambassador to the UK, Ismael Vargas Walter, Minister Zhao Fei from the Chinese embassy, Ponassi Bolong, first secretary of the embassy of the Lao People's Democratic Republic, Chinese public intellectual Zhang Weiwei, China Daily journalist Chen Weihua, well-known British politician George Galloway, and a whole host of speakers from the progressive movement in Britain, activists, authors, trade unionists, and journalists. We had sessions on China, multipolarity and the rise of the global south, China's road to socialism, and standing up against the new Cold War. And, of course, we denounced the despicable state terrorism of Israel, fully backed by the US, fully backed by Britain, in assassinating Syed Hassan Nasrallah and waging genocidal warfare against the Palestinian and Lebanese people. We also launched a new book, People's China at 75, The Flag Stays Red, which is edited by Keith Bennett and myself. And there was a copy of the Morning Star, the only socialist daily newspaper in the English-speaking world, with a special 12-page supplement put together by Friends of Socialist China, which is very nice. I think everyone that came to Bolivar Hall went away enthused to take this solidarity work more seriously. And I think it's fair to say that there was a consensus that we should do this type of activity, these conferences and whatnot, more often. Without wanting to exaggerate or boast, I think we achieved something somewhat historic. It's been many years, probably more like many decades, since there was an event of this scale in Britain, in solidarity with China and in support of Chinese socialism. Certainly, we're already thinking about future events. So why do we hold the event? First, we want to spread the truth about China. We want to counter the propaganda war against China. We're trying to do everything we can to prevent people's consent from being manufactured for an escalating new Cold War. Cold War, this label Cold War sounds quite innocuous, quite harmless. Like, it'd be better not to have it, but really, it's no big deal, right? But, I think the name is a little bit misleading. The original Cold War, which was essentially a global hybrid war fought by the US and its allies to prevent the spread of socialism and to replace the colonial system with an imperialist system, wasn't actually terribly cold. Like, millions of people died in Korea, in Vietnam, in Laos, in Cambodia, in Indonesia, Brazil, Nicaragua, Chile, Angola, and elsewhere, all in the name of maintaining and expanding US hegemony. This new Cold War isn't so different. Like, it's got the same purposes and could well include many of the same brutal methods. It's already got a major military component in the form of US attempts to create an Asian NATO via AUKUS, via the Quad, via Japanese rearmament, via support for separatism in Taiwan, via a string of military bases, via troop and weapons deployments in Japan, South Korea, Guam, Okinawa, Australia. There's clearly a significant element within the ruling class in the West, and specifically the US, that sees outright war with China as their last chance to slow down or ideally reverse China's rise and to really pursue the project for a new American century. So we consider it hugely important to tackle the anti-China propaganda war, which is really war propaganda. Secondly, as socialists, we aim to explain China's socialism and to clear up some of the misunderstandings about China that can be so easily found in the Western left. Apart from anything else, like, look at what China's achieved in terms of poverty alleviation, in terms of breaking out of underdevelopment and becoming a science and technology powerhouse, in terms of leading the way in humanity's common struggle against climate catastrophe. It's unprecedented what China has done. Does anyone imagine for a second that that would be possible if China would like just another capitalist country? And if so, why haven't other capitalist countries done it? Why can I, living in London, one of the wealthiest cities in the world, walk 100 meters from my apartment and see a level of extreme poverty and homelessness that simply does not exist anymore in China, even though China is still a developing country? So that was our basic motivation for holding the event. I think we made some progress with those goals. No doubt you're also making progress with similar goals today. We send you our warmest greetings, we send you our love and solidarity, and we wish you continued success in your work for socialism and against imperialism, racism, and all forms of oppression. Thank you very much.
So that actually ends the official speaking portion of this panel, but I did want to bring up Sarah Flounders, who's part of the organizing committee, who will give a few ending announcements, and then I will come and back and close. So, Sarah.
Well, I'm glad to be following Omawale Clay because they have a quote in the December 12th movement. How are we going to do it? The hard way. How are we going to do it? The hard way.
Sarah, now, come on. Come on. That's how you're going to act in front of our comrades? How are we going to do it? The hard way.
Now, that goes for our takedown right now. The Malcolm X Betty Shabazz Memorial Center, this is now a Black History Museum with no funding. That means it has no staff. That means everyone here today is the staff. So how are we going to do it? We're all going to do it. We're all going to do it. We're going to be part of the cleanup. We got to fold up and take down all these tables. We actually got to get them down to the basement, but we have an elevator. But we can do this, all of us together, most of us. If you got to rush somewhere else, we'll understand. But before we do that, we have a beautiful banner that was made by good comrades in Boston. It says, long live the Chinese Communist Party, long live People's Republic of China. Everyone who wants to be in this photo op, everyone who took part today in every way and in any way, and that means the speakers, it means the panelists, it means that tremendous tech crew back there, really. Everyone who is involved in the streaming. I even hope the folks who were downstairs on registration and security could dash up the stairs. Really, let's all get into this photo. Everyone who did this incredible food, we were fed all day long. Under socialism, you get to eat every day, but at least we did it for today. So let's all do it together. Let's first do this photo, if we can, unless you have anything else to add. But if not, let's all get up here and get behind this banner. And then a few of us can take a picture, right? Good, good, that's exactly. Whoop, we got to get it going the right, is that right? Okay, yeah.
Yep, that's right.
Hard way. Is this still on?
It's still on. Well, we can start, everybody clean.